Chapter 3455. Qi Guan glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. He could only look up to her, but he never expected that she would one day become this person's servant. What a pity. May I ask if the third master has obtained a white willow? Nonsense. Lu Yin was not polite at all. Qi Guan was stunned. No one had ever dared to be so rude to him. He was from the Qi family, backed by Xianxia, and everything had been smooth sailing. Even if the rebel alliance and the Qi family were enemies, they would not be so rude. Lu Yin's attitude made him speechless. If you don't know the white willow, why are you looking for me? Do you think you're an expert and want to play with me? Lu Yin sneered. Qi Guan adjusted his state of mind and suppressed his anger and hostility. He said in a low voice, "The white willow is a concept supreme treasure. If it's with you, the Qi family is willing to exchange it for the white willow and Saint Daoist." Lu Yin took a snack from Palace Mistress Yao and stuffed it into his mouth before spitting it out. It doesn't taste good. Change it. Palace Mistress Yao handed over another snack. Lu Yin tasted it. It doesn't taste good either. Change it. It doesn't taste good. It still doesn't taste good. What's wrong? Don't the Daoist domain have any delicious snacks or fruits? Local products are fine too. Old Tao tried to curry favor. Master, the Daoist domain doesn't produce these. It will be different when we reach the 9 regions ring. People from all over the spiritualized universe gather there all year round, and there will be countless good wine and food. Master will definitely be satisfied. Lu Yin nodded reluctantly. Right, let's go. Why aren't you leaving? Old Tao pointed at Qi Guan. He's still here. Lu Yin was dissatisfied and looked at Qi Guan. What's your name again? What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke me by blocking my path? Qi Guan suppressed his anger. This person was clearly humiliating him. Damn it, why was no one dealing with Daoist Manor? Daoist Manor offended Xianxia and would not live long. When the time came, he would skin this person personally. I'm Qi Guan and I would like to make a deal with the third master. I'm willing to pay the price in exchange for the white willow and Saint Daoist. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The white willow is pretty. What do you want Saint Daoist for? By the way, I heard that the white willow was stolen before. Don't tell me you think it was Saint Great Lu who stole it? Qi Guan said, of course not. It's just that the concept of this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. I hope that third master can make things easier for us. If you want to find a convenient place, then find one. I don't have a convenient place for you. Qi Guan really wanted to slap this person to death, but in the current situation he could only swallow his anger and bow slowly. Third leader, please state your price. White Willow and Saint Great Lu are useless to you. Qi family is willing to exchange for them at any price. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the truth worth any price? Old Tao explained, Master Qi Shangjuan who guards the White Willow is a spiritual prime. He is now on the Black Spirit list and has 7 stars. He is definitely a strong man. If the Qis can find out the truth, Qi Shangjuan can return. With another spiritual prime, the Rebel Alliance will not be a match for the Qis. The Qi clan is not exchanging for White Willow and Saint Great Liao, but for the entire concept. Qi Guan was furious. He stared at Old Tao. Even if Qi Shangjuan returns, he will not be able to suppress the Rebel Alliance. Old Tao, my Qi family has a relationship with you. Don't talk nonsense. Old Tao was surprised. You can't suppress the Rebel Alliance with another spiritual prime? Your Qi family is really desolate. Qi Guan glared at Old Tao. This old man deserved to be killed. Old Tao had no other choice. He could only follow Daoist Villa and try to please both sides. In the end he could not please them. Even if he wanted to please them, it would not be the concept. He was already considered half a person of the Grand Domain. The Torch City's city lord was Xianxia's man. Lu Yin was impatient. The battle between your concepts has nothing to do with me. If you want White Willow and Saint Great Lu, sure, but give me a Sequence Foundation in exchange. Qi Guan was furious. Sequence Foundation? In the spiritualized universe, even if the Gate of Arts had hidden Sequence Foundations, there would not be more than 15 of them. This was one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. Where would they get a Sequence Foundation? Even if they did, they would not exchange it. Third manager, if you are not willing to exchange White Willow, then Saint Great Lu is useless to you. My Qi family hopes that you can give us some face. As long as the price is within an acceptable range, the Qi family will owe you a favor, Qi Guan requested. At that moment another person arrived. It was a woman. The concept of the Rebel Alliance. I am Wu Tong. Greetings, third manager. The woman bowed. Her attitude was much better than Qi Guan's. Qi Guan was neither servile nor overbearing, but this woman was very respectful. Lu Yin smiled. Wu Tong. What a good name. I like it. Wu Tong smiled sweetly. Thank you, third manager. Qi Guan's gaze turned cold and he became even more furious. Wu Tong was just a spirit warrior and was like an ant in his eyes. However, because of her sweet and cute appearance, this third manager's attitude was so good. He was even rude to a powerhouse at the level of the sequence laws. Little Wu Tong, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked gently. Wu Tong bowed elegantly and gracefully. She also had the cuteness of a girl next door. I heard that third manager captured Saint Great Lu. The Saint Great Lu is useless to you. I wonder if you can give him to the Rebel Alliance? The Rebel Alliance is willing to pay the price as long as third manager is satisfied. Lu Yin smiled and pointed at Wu Tong as he scolded Qi Guan. Listen to what she said. Even if you want to make a deal, you should first ask me if Saint Great Lu is useful. If he is not, then you should give him to them. What about you? You've lived for so long in vain. Learn from this little girl. Qi Guan was furious and glared at Wu Tong. Wu Tong's face paled and she quickly bowed to Qi Guan. Greetings, ancestor. As cultivators of the same concept, even those from the Rebel Alliance had to bow to Qi Guan and call him ancestor. Qi Guan did not say anything to Wu Tong. Instead he faced Lu Yin. Third manager is right. I will remember. The most important thing now was to take Saint Great Lu away. Both the Qi family and the Rebel Alliance had to get to the bottom of the matter of the White Willow being stolen. If the Qi family was willing to let the Rebel Alliance take Saint Great Lu away, the Rebel Alliance would not take the initiative to find a reason to oppose the Qi family. They also wanted to find the truth. She always felt that there was a hand behind her back. Qi Guan's attitude made Wu Tong's eyes flash. It seemed that the theft of the White Willow really had nothing to do with the Qi family. Qi Guan really wanted her to take Saint Great Lu away. Wu Tong smiled sweetly at Lu Yin. Third manager, I wonder what price the Rebel Alliance will pay in exchange for Saint Great Lu. Lu Yin was happy. Little Wu Tong, as long as you say it. Wu Tong sighed in relief. No. Wu Tong was stunned. Qi Guan was also stunned. Even old Tao was stunned. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. The people who were watching them were also stunned. They had thought that Wu Tong could take Saint Great Lu away. What was going on? Wu Tong almost did not react. She looked aggrieved. Third manager, you don't want to make a deal? Is it because Saint Great Lu is useful to you? So the Rebel Alliance will not force you. Lu Yin sighed. Saint Great Lu is useless to me, but I just don't want to give it away. Little Wu Tong, sometimes my temper is so stubborn. There is no other way. Wu Tong was speechless. What kind of reason was this? Qi Guan could not bear it anymore. He had suffered more humiliation today than he had in his entire life. He had reached his limit. Third manager, my Qi family has already been very polite to you. As long as it is within an acceptable range, you can state any conditions you want. But you have repeatedly made things difficult for me. Do you think my Qi family has no one to back you up? Lu Yin blinked. Yes. Qi Guan was furious. Fine. Just you wait. My Qi family will let you know what a concept is. You will regret your words and actions today. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin sneered. You want to leave after saying such arrogant words? Do you think you are Yu Sang Tian? He then reached out. Endless power spread through his 5 fingers. Lu Yin's palm covered the sky in an instant. It was as if the heavens were pressing down on him as he grabbed at Qi Guan. Qi Guan was shocked. Third manager, do you want to fight to the death with my Qi family? With a bang, Qi Guan was grabbed by the power of the giant palm and directly pressed into the hell of general appointment. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only used one move, and Qi Guan had already used his strongest consciousness. It was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura did not belong to the spiritualized universe. Everyone had guessed that he came from the consciousness universe, and this was further proven. Lu Yin's consciousness surpassed Qi Guan's, which was very difficult to achieve. The fact that he could defeat Yu Shan and Palace Mistress Yao meant that he was strong or had a high realm. However, these 2 points had nothing to do with consciousness. The cultivation of consciousness was a different path. Lu Yin had suppressed Qi Guan on the path of consciousness, confirming his identity as someone from the consciousness universe. The exposure of this identity did not cause much of a stir. The true top figures knew that they were from the Tianyuan universe, and those who guessed that they were from the consciousness universe could not threaten the Dayu manor. Regardless of whether it was the Tianyuan universe or the consciousness universe, the Dayu manor was still the spiritualized universe's enemy. However, because Yu Sangtian and the 7 major Sangtians did not give any orders, no one took the lead. Otherwise, the Dayu manor would have been surrounded. Those who were secretly watching Lu Yin and the Dayu manor were actually waiting for that order, or rather for the siege to begin. Before that order was given, whoever took the lead would be unlucky. The more arrogant Lu Yin was, the more unlucky he would be in the end. Unless he could defeat Yu Sangtian and the 7 major Sangtians. Although Qi Guan was not powerful, he was definitely suitable to fight in the consciousness universe and use spirit treasure arrays. However, he was still too weak against Lu Yin. Karma Heavenly Dao General Appointment Stage and Hell had gained another master of the sequence laws. Wutong's face was pale as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin comforted her. Don't be afraid, little Wutong. Qi Guan is too impudent. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Wutong bowed. Qi Guan's actions do not represent the concept. Third Master, please do not take out your anger on him. Ah, don't worry, I won't. You can go back. Wutong pursed her lips, feeling wronged and afraid. She bowed to Lu Yin once more and left. Old Tao looked at Wutong's back and said, "This little girl has guts. She dares to talk to Master with just a spirit warrior cultivation. She will be someone important in the future." Chapter 3456. She wasn't afraid at all, Kai Keqing said. Wutong's personality was the complete opposite of hers. One was cute and passionate while the other was cold and quiet. However, they had one thing in common: they were fearless. Kai Keqing could see this in Wutong's eyes. Lu Yin smiled. She's a good talent, but her cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I would have taken her with me. He glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. When Wutong had asked for Saint Diyu for the second time, Palace Mistress Yao had told Lu Yin that the League of Destruction also belonged to Yu Sangtian. This fact changed Lu Yin's mind. He now knew that Yu Sangtian had set up a trap in the Intent Realm. The Qi family and the League of Destruction seemed to be opposing forces, but they both belonged to Yu Sangtian. This effectively prevented other Sangtians from interfering in the Intent Realm and made them suspicious of each other. Yu Sangtian was a worthy opponent. Not only was he strong, but he was also smart. Lu Yin looked around. Don't bother me with the Intent Realm. The one who stole the White Willow was the League of Destruction. Saint Diyu said so himself. Don't bother me again or I'll catch everyone who comes. His voice spread out in all directions, bringing with it many dumbfounded gazes. The League of Destruction stole the White Willow? Was this for real? Impossible. How could it be the League of Destruction? The League of Destruction can barely protect themselves under the pressure of the Qi family. How could they dare to make the Qi family their enemy? How is it impossible? Who else besides the League of Destruction can steal the White Willow in the Intent Realm? It must have been done by someone from the Intent Realm. Outsiders can't do it. Is it true? Could it be that the Third Master instigated it? I don't know, but the Intent Realm is no longer peaceful. On the other side, Wutong was far away from Lu Yin. She looked back and fell into deep thought. The Third Master seemed arrogant and despotic, but he wasn't stupid. What did he want to do instead of Saint Diyu? The Diyu Villa had already offended the Myriad Beasts Border, Royal God Mountains School of Techniques, and Yu Sangtian. Was it going to offend the Intent Realm as well? What did the Diyu Villa have? Kai Keqing was right. She wasn't afraid. Although her cultivation was low, she had a say in the Alliance Crusade. She was the one who made the decision for many things. She was able to speak to Lu Yin on behalf of the Crusader Alliance not because of her strength, but because of her status. Her status in the Crusader Alliance was not low. Right now she wanted to know who had spoken to the Third Master. When she had asked Lu Yin for the second time, Lu Yin's attitude had changed. Someone must have said something to him. Who was it? At that moment Lu Yin's words reached her ears. She was stunned. The Alliance had ordered the theft of the White Willow? The Third Master was trying to sow discord. Clearly, the White Willow was not stolen by the League, and the League had never had any dealings with Saint Great Yun. Yet this man had just poured dirty water on the League. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such an obvious framing to succeed. However, the situation in the artistic conception was complicated. The upper echelons could see the truth, but the lower echelons could not. This would inevitably lead to disputes. She really wanted to look for Lu Yin again, but she decided against it after some thought. It was meaningless. This third master seemed to be polite to her and even teased her a little. But in fact he didn't care about her at all. He turned hostile at the drop of a hat. If Qiguan was captured, the Qi family would definitely think of a way to save him. The FA alliance could only watch from the sidelines. Wu Tong looked back again and a thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. Then she left. At the same time, far away, a pair of eyes were also looking at the Great Yun region. His gaze was cold and sinister, like that of a venomous snake. The white willow is actually under Saint Great Yun's celestial river. I won't let off anyone who dares to frame me. The universe's starry sky was endless, and the constellations that appeared were also endless. Some constellations could not be explained by humans, such as the springboard. Even Yu Sangtian could not tell whether it was man-made or natural. The spiritualized universe also had similar constellations that could not be explained, such as the 9 regions ring Sunday. The 9 regions ring sun was not a region, and it did not exist in the 36 regions. It was in the starry sky, and it was a strange constellation. Every season, at a fixed time, there would be 9 regions that would see the same constellation at the same time. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, they would be able to see it at that moment. Hence it was called the 9 regions ring Sunday. Because of this unique constellation, it naturally attracted many people. As long as one stepped onto the 9 regions ring sun at that special time, they would be seen by everyone in the 9 regions. To those who saw the 9 regions, that moment had been treated as the time since ancient times, and it was like the end of the year. This was the ancient people's understanding of the unknown starry sky. Even when people from the 9 regions left the starry sky and saw the constellation clearly, they did not stop using the 9 regions ring sun as the time of year. Instead, it was passed down as a tradition. Anyone who could magnify their image in the 9 regions ring sun was an elite genius. Countless youths fought for this privilege, and those who saw the 9 regions ring sun treated it as the end of the year festival. It was worth mentioning that the 9 regions ring sun was not only visible to those from the 9 regions. The 9 regions ring sun was the beginning, and it existed because of the constellation. Some people could be seen by those from the 10 regions ring sun, while others could be seen by those from the 15 regions ring Sunday. There were even some who could be seen by those from the 20 regions ring sun, which shocked the spiritualized universe. For example, Yu Shan had been seen by those from the 18 regions ring sun when he was young, and he had been seen by those from the 13 regions ring sun when he had only used 3 blades. The 9 regions ring sun had become one of the ways that the spiritualized universe's younger generation compared themselves. A few decades ago, most of the young elites who were qualified to board the battleships and head to the Tianyuan universe had come to the 9 regions ring sun, and they were seen by those from the 12 regions ring Sunday. Lu Yin was interested. How long until the 9 regions ring sun? Old Tao respectfully replied, less than 3 months. Lu Yin was curious. Have you been there when you were young? Old Tao smiled and shook his head. I don't have the heart to compete with the elites. Lu Yin looked at Kai Keqing. What about you? Kai Keqing was indifferent. No. Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. What about you? Palace Master Yao said indifferently, the 17th domain. Lu Yin was shocked. 17? That's 1 less than Yu Shan? Palace Mistress Yao said, the number of people who can see the 9 regions ring sun is not based on one's strength, but on one's bearing. What do you mean? Lu Yin was confused. Palace Mistress Yao explained, it's a special constellation. It's called a constellation because it's not man-made. It's a natural birth of the universe, but this constellation is also man-made. It needs to be conquered. It's like a naughty child. The greater your bearing, the more you can conquer it and the more people will see it. Conversely, fewer will see it, but at least people in the 9 regions will see it. Lu Yin did not expect such a constellation to exist. The universe was vast and there were all kinds of strange things. He had seen illusory gravel, narrow passages and all kinds of strange things. It was not strange for such a constellation to exist. Magnanimity? It reminded him of the Lost Tribe's welcoming card, which also required one to attract it. He could use any method. When he had attracted the card to break the True God Sky switching technique, he had also relied on bearing. True God Sky switching technique. Where was the only true God? His side was too ostentatious and the only true God was too low-key. However, once he made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Who was seen by the most people in the history of the spiritualized universe? Luyin asked. Old Tao did not hesitate. Old man Xianxia and Xianxia. Old man Xianxia? An ancient person who died long ago. There are no records of him. What about Xianxia? How many? All of them. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Interesting. Let's go take a look. The distance between the Dayan region and the 9 domains ring was not far. It was only 1.5 regions apart, which was equivalent to being between 2 neighboring regions. It was not hard to guess that the Dayu Villa's third manager wanted to go to the 9 domains ring. After all, the 9 domains ring was very important and the third manager looked very young. No one knew how he had cultivated to reach such heights at such a young age. The 9 domains ring had attracted countless people from the spiritualized universe. Since ancient times, many geniuses had left their names behind. Gradually, a floating city formed around the 9 domains ring. It was called Ring Sun City. It was impossible to trace back who had built Ring Sun City. Its history was even older than Xianxia's. Xianxia had left his name behind in Ring Sun City, and the place where he had left his name became the city's greatest glory. With the place as the center, a place known throughout the spiritualized universe had appeared. The 100 water towers. Each tower represented a person, and the towers resonated with the 9 domains ring. The wider the area covered by the 9 domains ring, the taller the tower would be. The tallest tower now came from Xianxia. Although Ring Sun City was huge, it was still limited. The 9 domains ring's area of influence was also limited. Therefore, the number of towers remained at 100 throughout the year and would only be replaced. The 100 water towers was the reason for this. If one could place one's tower in the 100 water towers, it might not mean that one was very powerful, but the aura would definitely shake people's hearts. Since ancient times, many people who had failed in cultivation had tried to make a name for themselves in Ring Sun City. Even if they could not make a name for themselves in cultivation, they would not have lived in vain if they could leave a mark in the 100 water towers. They would even be valued and nurtured by powerful forces. There were less than 3 months before the 9 domains Ring Sun City gradually became lively. Ring Sun City was not made of soil but of water. The whole city was made of water. The walls, the roads and all the facilities inside were made of water. This kind of water was gray and not transparent. The whole city was like a vertical lake that extended horizontally. Come. Don't miss out on the good spirit seeds. I don't know which generation my ancestor left it behind. Every time I enter my dreams, I can see a fairy floating towards me and saying something. However, I'm stupid and perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. Seeing that my lord has such luck, I'm willing to part with it. I don't want my treasure to be covered in dust. I hope that my lord can use this opportunity to transform into immortal and achieve great things in the future. Just a little help from me will be enough. Scram, liar. My lord, I'm not a liar. Everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. Although I can't cultivate, I'm not stupid. If you don't scram, I'll have someone break your legs. Young master, please don't be angry. Come to the pavilion and rest for a while. How about Miss Lu play a tune for you to soothe your body? Alright, I'm coming. Tip me more. I have money. Chapter 3457. Bang. A fight broke out in the corner of Ring Sun City. The surrounding people cheered loudly. Ring Sun City didn't forbid fights. After all, the entire city was made of water. No matter how much damage was done, unless the entire city was vaporized, it was impossible to destroy the city. The city had a long history. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to destroy it. A man and a woman faced each other and started to fight again. Bitch, you dare to insult my Ghostfire region. Today I will burn you alive. How many times has your Ghostfire region defeated my Linyu sect? You still dare to be so arrogant? The woman had wings on her back. Her face was like a flying bird. In a restaurant not far away, someone said with disdain, Ghostfire region and Linyu sect are just 2 rivers. Their conflicts are not small. Rumor has it that the Ghostfire region likes to burn the wings of beasts to increase their own flames. Lingyu sect is made of flying beast. Naturally, they don't get along well with the Ghost Fire region. However, the Ghost Fire region can't win against the Lingyu sect. The Lingyu sect has the 10,000 Beast region behind them. Ring Sun City was very lively. The place with the most people was the 100 Pagoda Forest. It was also the quietest place. No one dared to be presumptuous here. They had to show respect to the seniors who left the water pagoda here. Figures came and left one after another. Occasionally there would be people exclaiming, "Isn't that little Sky Death? It's actually here. It's really little Sky Death. It's the descendant of the 10,000 Beast region's hidden expert, the three-headed Death. It's said that it's an elite of the 10,000 Beast region. It's extremely powerful. It was praised by the three-headed Death's ancestor. He said that it had the potential to surpass any three-headed Death in the future." Is it courting death? That's right. The third master of the Dayu Mountain Manor is coming. If it's here, it will be destroyed if it's not pleasing to the eye. The 10,000 Beast region can't suppress the Dayu Mountain Manor. Don't let it hear you. In the 100 Water Pagoda Forest, hundreds of water pagoda towers stood tall. Under the light they flashed with 7 colors. It was very beautiful. Little Sky Death turned into its human form. It looked at the 100 Water Pagoda Forest and turned to leave. When it passed by the people who were talking, it stomped its foot. The few of them were aghast and hurriedly wanted to run. Little Heaven Death's eyes turned cold and he reached out. At this moment a clear voice rang out, "Little Tianai, this is the 100 Water Pagoda. Show some respect to your seniors." Little Sky Death stopped, looked in the direction of the voice and sneered, "Don't be a hypocrite. Will your Royal God Mountain respect the 100 Water Tower? My Royal God Mountain respects every place in the spiritualized universe." The one who spoke was a woman. When she appeared, the entire 100 Waters Pagoda became brighter. The 7 colors of the pagoda illuminated the surroundings. Everybody was stunned. That woman was really beautiful. The name of the woman who came was Rumu. She came from the Royal God Mountain. Those who had seen her called her painting in Jianghu. In other words, she was like a beautiful painting that fell into the mud of Jianghu. This woman's eyes were valiant and her temperament was graceful and luxurious. She seemed like someone from Jianghu, but at the same time she didn't seem like someone from Jianghu. Her beauty was second only to the twin beauties of the heavens beyond heaven. Little Sky Death didn't want to waste its breath on Rumumu. It attacked the escaping people with its palm. The few of them were overwhelmed with shock and regret. They shouldn't have spoken so much. No matter how soft their voices were, they would still be heard. Rumumu waved her hand and blocked Little Sky Death's palm. She looked at Little Sky Death with a heroic gaze. Little Sky Death's gaze was fierce. "How dare you stop me?" Rumumu was calm. "This is the 100 Waters Pagoda. If you want to fight, leave this place. Who do you think you are to stop me?" Little Sky Death shouted and attacked Rumumu. Both of them were spiritual warriors. Little Sky Death's palm power was shocking and powerful. Rumumu frowned. Her every move was gentle and beautiful, and she easily dissolved Little Sky Death's power. "You won't be able to revive your ancestor even if you vent your anger like this. The third master of the Dayu Manor is coming. Do you want to attract his attention?" Rumumu said. Little Sky Death's eyes widened. There was an unprecedented murderous intent in his eyes. The Dayu Manor. It was this Dayu Manor that killed his ancestor and weakened his bloodline in the 10,000 Beast border. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come to Ring Sun City. Some people didn't even need to become famous through the 9 regions Ring Sun because the entire spiritualized universe knew about them. But now he had to do something to uplift his bloodline. As for the third master of the Dayu Manor, he didn't dare to provoke him. He really wanted to kill that person, but he knew the gap between them was too big. "What about you? The Royal God Mountain doesn't allow marriages with the outside world. The Dayu Manor openly violated this rule. What do you want to do here?" Little Sky Death pulled away from Rumumu and stared at her. The surrounding people were curious. They didn't expect people from the Royal God Mountain and the 10,000 Beast border to come. If the third master was unhappy, he would kill them. Rumumu smiled faintly. "I'll meet the third master. Do you want to come?" Little Sky Death clenched his fist. He didn't dare, but he didn't expect Rumumu to dare. But now that he thought about it, the Royal God Mountain had never attacked the Dayu Manor. The Alan region also attacked secretly and didn't expose themselves. At this moment there was a commotion. Everyone looked into the distance. Another important person had arrived. "It's young Master Yu," someone exclaimed. Rumumu was surprised. "Someone from the Zhikong region?" Little Sky Death also looked over. No one could ignore the appearance of the Zhikong region's successor. This time it wasn't just young Master Yu, but also Master Li. Master Li was the protector of the Zhikong region's successor. He was extremely powerful and his appearance had shaken Ring Sun City. Rumumu's eyes flashed and she walked towards young Master Yu. Little Sky Death snorted and left in the opposite direction. In the corner, a man's lips curled up as he stared at Little Sky Death. This guy's experiences could also be collected. Most importantly, he had to find a way to collect the third master. In outer space, a group of people was always eye-catching. Lu Yin leisurely ate some fruit and took it from Palace Mistress Yao. The fruit had a unique fragrance. He had to admit that this woman was pleasing to the eye. No wonder so many people were infatuated with her. Kai Keqing was too cold, but she was also liked by many. On the carriage, the star-toad yawned. He was bored. Su Wang and Li Shou weren't tired at all while carrying the palanquin, and they didn't dare to be tired. When they noticed that someone was staring at them, they immediately praised the person, leaving Old Tao speechless. "Young Master, Ring Sun City is up ahead. We can't see it before the 9 regions Ring Sun constellation appears," Old Tao introduced. Lu Yin looked into the distance. "It's quite lively. I'm looking forward to seeing some familiar faces." He sensed Mr. Li's aura. Zhikong Domain's Path Protector was also guarding the Path Protector. Lu Yin would find an opportunity to force this guy into the appointment platform and increase the Tao of Karma. Aside from Mr. Li, there was more than one expert hidden in Ring Sun City. Lu Yin had a premonition that there would be. Lu Yin felt that there was a great harvest. Ring Sun City quieted down at this moment. Countless people looked up at the sky. That group was about to arrive. Most people had come for the 9 regions Ring Sun, but there were also some who had come to keep an eye on Lu Yin's group. When Lu Yin arrived in Ring Sun City, the entire city's attention was drawn to him, and he looked towards the 100 water towers. The carriage was carried all the way to the 100 water towers. Lu Yin sat on the carriage and ate some fruit. He didn't say anything and just looked at the 100 water towers. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side of the 100 water towers, young Master Yu and Mr. Li both looked at Lu Yin. Across the 100 water towers, young Master Yu nodded at Lu Yin. He wasn't angry about being left behind in Limitless. Smart people didn't show their thoughts. Mr. Li was the same, but he was more cautious than young Master Yu. His Ku AI was still unstable because of his battle with the third master. This person had grasped incredible power, so he had to be careful when meeting him. Behind young Master Yu, Ru Mu and many other elites were looking at the other side. Was that the third master of the Dayu Villa? He was so young, but he could defeat Palace Mistress Yao. How did Yu Shan and the others cultivate? Lu Yin moved and reached out to take the fruit from Palace Mistress Yao's hand. He tossed it and casually threw it at young Master Yu. The red fruit left a trail of red light as it passed through the 100 water towers and headed straight for young Master Yu. Young Master Yu's eyes narrowed as red filled his vision. He couldn't move, dodge, or escape. A hand appeared in front of young Master Yu and grabbed the fruit. It was Mr. Li. Everyone around the 100 water towers watched. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack young Master Yu. The Zhikong domain had a special status in the spiritualized universe, and young Master Yu was treated with respect wherever he went. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. No one dared to attack the heir of the Zhikong domain, except for those on the dark spirit list who were already public enemies. Ru Mu was shocked as she hadn't expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack young Master Yu. Was this person really so lawless? Breaking the rules, provoking the Outland and snatching Palace Mistress Yao. Every action was challenging the bottom line of the spiritualized universe. What gave Dayu Villa such confidence? She suddenly regretted saying that she wanted to talk to the third master in front of everyone. This person was too bold and didn't care about anything. Such people were the most terrifying. Mr. Li put down his hand and looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. Let's leave first. This person really knows how to attack. Young Master Yu didn't say anything and his expression returned to normal. Scenes from the limitless realm appeared in his mind. No, this person seemed arrogant, but he was actually a reserved person. Scope. Mr. Li reminded him. The more he faced Lu Yin, the more uneasy he felt. He was afraid that Ku AI would collapse one day and fall from Du Ku AI's level. Was Du Ku AI so worthless to protect the heir of the Jikong domain? Of course not, as he hoped to use the Jikong domain to obtain a chance to break through to immortality. Xianxia had promised to restart the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe so that the spiritualized universe's experts could enter immortality. But was that really the case? Anyone with a brain would know that things weren't that simple. Young master, you didn't know what Xianxia was planning, and he didn't want to get close to Xianxia. His only path was through the Jikong domain. His goal was to get close to the Jikong domain and protect the heir. He would use this as a price to obtain the opportunity given by the Jikong domain and strive to enter immortality. Lu Yin was someone he didn't want to face. Chapter 3458. At that moment, Lu Yin raised his hand again. Mr. Li's expression changed and he wanted to pull Mr. Yu away. Even though the secret transmission was the true successor of the Jikong domain, the public transmission still needed to travel the world, and it was also indispensable. However, Lu Yin did not attack this time. Instead, he hooked his finger at Yu Gongzi and signaled for him to come over. Everyone was speechless as this was a very rude action, but Lu Yin had still done it. He didn't care about the intelligible void domain, nor did he care about this special descendant of the spiritualized universe. Yu Gongzi lifted his foot and walked towards Lu Yin. No one had expected his reaction. How could the heir of the Jikong domain be so spineless? Was he scared? But with Mr. Reason by his side, what was there to be afraid of? Mr. Li could not figure out the foolish young master's plan either. He reminded her in a low voice, "The closer you are to that person, the less I can protect you. Think carefully." Yu Gongzi did not hesitate and walked towards Lu Yin. Mr. Li had no choice but to follow along. His duty was to protect young Master Yu. If young Master Yu did not encounter an obvious assassination attempt, it would be very difficult for him to forcefully take young Master Yu away. After all, he was only a path protector and had no right to interfere with young Master Yu's actions. Lu Yin smiled as he watched Yu Zongzi walk over step by step. Whether it was openly or covertly, Yu Zongzi was very smart. The smarter a person was, the harder it was to deal with them, but the easier it was to get along with them. Palace Master Yao, Old Tao, and the others didn't expect Prince Yu to be so obedient. Soon Yu Gongzi walked in front of Lu Yin. "We meet again, Third Master." Lu Yin leaned forward and looked at Mr. Yu. "The 5 regions are all empty. Is this related to you?" Young Master Yu shook his head. "No." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Li and then at young Master Yu. "Give me your path protector, everything can be discussed." Yu Gongzi's eyes flashed. Mr. Li looked at Lu Yin warily. "Third Master, I am a guardian, not a servant." Lu Yin didn't mind and took a bite of fruit. "It's all the same." Mr. Li did not retort as he did not want to clash with Lu Yin. The previous battle had left him too fearful, and if they fought again he might not be able to keep Ku AI in check. Prince Yu left without saying anything. Mr. Li could not wait to leave. He stood up and stretched before looking at the tallest tower. "Is that Xianxia's tower?" Old Tao replied respectfully. "Yes, the tallest water tower is Xianxia." Lu Yin was disdainful. "It's so small it's useless. Wait until I break it down and show that old bastard Xianxia." Huh. The surrounding people were silent. Some were mocking him and some were resentful. Lu Yin was too arrogant to the point where no one could respond to him. He was so strong that even Mr. Li didn't dare to face him directly. Not long after, the group arrived at the restaurant. The entire Ring Sun City was made of water, including the restaurants. From the restaurant's position, one could see the entire 100-water pagoda. It was the best position in Ring Sun City. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even enter the restaurant. And this position could only be occupied by special people. Others couldn't even touch it. Lu Yin immediately sat down when he arrived. The restaurant owner was helpless and didn't dare to stop them. To be able to open a restaurant here, one had to have a powerful backer, which corresponded to Xianxia. Opening a restaurant was not to make money, but to rope in the elite geniuses. Whoever could enter the 100-water pagoda was worth roping in. All the restaurants, wineries, brothels and so on in Ring Sun City were like this. Since Lu Yin could see the entire 100-water tower, those in the 100-water tower could naturally see him as well. Lu Yin was used to being stared at. Ever since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, their every move had been scrutinized. Sit anywhere you want. This restaurant is reserved by the owner today. No one else is allowed to enter. Lu Yin displayed his dominance. The restaurant owner wanted to say a few words, but in the end he didn't dare. So what if he had Xianxia's backing? Even if Xianxia himself came, he guessed that the third master wouldn't care. He could only accept it. There were naturally people who were unhappy with such tyrannical behavior, but so what? Lu Yin didn't care. He only cared about Yu Xianxian and their tacit understanding. He would provoke the various powers of the spiritualized universe to reduce Yu Xianxian's apprehensions and prolong the duration of the Tao of Karma. He would do his best to completely escape the backlash of karma. At that time he would be free to stay in the spiritualized universe, return to the Tianyuan universe, or head to the consciousness universe. Owner, someone wishes to meet you. It's a girl named Rumu from Mount Royal, Old Tao respectfully inquired. To his left, Su Wang and Li Shou were sitting at a table, looking at the dishes on the table in confusion. Eating food? They didn't understand. These were just toys. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing stood on either side of Lu Yin. The star toad was perched on his shoulder. It was golden and festive. From Mount Royal? Let her in, Lu Yin said as he ate. Rumu quickly entered the restaurant. The number of gazes around them didn't decrease at all. Little Skydeath's eyes were cold as it stared at Lu Yin. It was this person, and if it had the chance it would definitely kill him. Even though it hated him, it knew that it didn't have the guts to face him directly. Rumu had actually dared to go up. Many people admired her. For example, Mu was a goddess in the Royal God Mountain. Countless elites were infatuated with her. However, those outside the Royal God Mountain could only suppress their infatuation. Only the cultivators of the Royal God Mountain could pursue her. Many people said that Rumu would be the next Palace Mistress Yao, and that she would definitely replace her position in Yu Xianxian's heart. Coincidentally, Rumu had been exposed to the sequence since she was young, and it was the absolute reversal. Rumu's appearance stunned Lu Yin, but it wasn't that he was stunned. He had seen too many beauties, and the word stunning was far from his reach. It was just that Rumu's temperament was too similar to Ming Yan's. When he'd first met Ming Yan, she'd been a princess of a manor. She was graceful and elegant, so beautiful that he couldn't look straight at her. After she'd stepped into the stars and taken charge of a brothel, her temperament had changed. She had the nobility of a royal family, but also the heroic spirit of a cultivator. Her appearance with two souls, the white-haired Ming Yan, was even more similar to this Rumu. Was this the so-called drawing into the world? Lu Yin stared at Rumu and she bowed slowly. Rumu of Mount Royal greets the third master. Rumu reminded Lu Yin of Ming Yan, and it touched his heart. Unconsciously, his temperament had changed as well. The arrogance and insufferably arrogant feeling had gradually disappeared, and he'd become Lu Yin again. No, he hadn't changed. Lu Yin had always been Lu Yin, and his arrogance was all an act. No matter how much he pretended, it couldn't change his nature. Lu Yin had stepped into the stars since the beginning of his cultivation. Every step he took was fraught with danger. He had the ruthlessness and selfishness of a cultivator, but he also had the domineering and open-mindedness of a master of the starry sky, willing to shoulder the future of the entire universe. This temperament was also full of contradictions to outsiders, but this was Lu Yin. Rumu looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes. For a moment she was lost in the endless starry eyes. What kind of eyes were these? They covered the stars and seemed to take her in as well. It was like a vortex that made it difficult to escape. She'd never thought that the third master would have such a pair of eyes. It had nothing to do with cultivation strength, appearance, or temperament. These eyes covered everything in the world. Lu Yin looked away after Rumu looked at him. Go down. Rumu was stunned, thinking that she'd heard wrong. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were also confused. What did he mean? She just bowed and didn't say anything and he went down? Rumu looked at Lu Yin, puzzled. Lu Yin waved. Rumu didn't know what she'd done wrong, but she still left the restaurant and waited quietly. Master? Is there something wrong with her? Old Tao asked tentatively. Lu Yin didn't answer. Pour the wine. Palace Mistress Yao obediently picked up the wine jug and poured wine for him. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he drank cup after cup of wine. Would he still have a chance to return to the Tianyuan universe? Would he still have a chance to see Yen Er? Another face appeared. It was Longxi. Although the karmic cycle was fake, the feelings he had for Longxi were real. He didn't know how to face it. Xiaoxuan was fake, but he knew that it was his first child. It was an illusion, but he had real feelings for it. It was a child that he would never meet again. He'd thought about it before. One day he'd solve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe and return to the karmic cycle to see if he could still find his wife and child. As for Yen'er, he could have unfrozen her long ago. He'd been worried about the Eternals, but after the defeat of the Eternals and the crisis of the spiritualized universe, he'd never thought of unfreezing her. Why? Did he want to wait until the crisis of the spiritualized universe was resolved? Luyin didn't know. He could face all the dangers in the world, but he couldn't face his feelings. Ming Yan and Longxi weren't the only ones waiting for him. Bai Wuxian, who had fused with the consciousness planet in his heart, was also waiting for him. He couldn't face these feelings. Several days passed and Lu Yin remained in the restaurant, looking at the 100 water towers. Many people came every day, looking forward to the day when the Nine Realms Ring Sun would become famous throughout the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at the 100 water towers and saw many people. Many people could see him as well. There was no lack of discussion about him in Ring Sun City. In front of the restaurant, Ru Mu stood calmly, waiting for Lu Yin to meet her again. She was also very confused, but one thing was certain. Things had changed. Her impression of Lu Yin had completely changed. If a person didn't recognize themselves, they would be themselves. If they recognized themselves, they wouldn't be themselves anymore. Ru Mu now felt that she wasn't herself anymore. She was very clear that she might have developed a strange impression of the third manager. She had never had such an impression of anyone before, and once she recognized this change, she was no longer herself. The third manager invites you in, Old Tao said. Ru Mu took a deep breath and stepped into the restaurant again, stopping in front of Lu Yin. Ru Mu of Royal God Mountain greets the third manager. Lu Yin returned to normal and said frivolously, Royal God Mountain? You're the only one sent here? Ru Mu looked up at Lu Yin, but his eyes were gone. She was shocked. This person's eyes had changed. Was that just an illusion? No one sent me here. I came here myself to see the third manager. Lu Yin was curious. See me? Why? Third manager, why are you protecting Ba Lu and Yao? Ru Mu asked directly. Lu Yin casually said, to be happy. Ru Mu wasn't surprised. The price for this happiness is a bit high. Chapter 3459. Lu Yin smiled at her. I'm willing no matter how high the price is. Ru Mu agreed. Third master is right. Dayu Villa has repeatedly violated the rules because of happiness. If my Royal God Mountain can make third master happier, I wonder if third master would be willing to give up protecting Ba Lu and Yao. Lu Yin was curious. Happier? Let's hear it. Ru Mu's expression was solemn. Third master, please dismiss your attendants. Old Tao and the rest subconsciously wanted to leave. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. No need. With your status and strength, you don't qualify for me to keep this a secret. Ru Mu was troubled. Third master, this is important. Lu Yin looked at Ru Mu and stared into her eyes. Little girl, there's a principle that perhaps your parents haven't taught you. Let me teach you today. If a person can't bear the value they bring, only destruction awaits them. Right, let's go. Ru Mu looked deeply at Lu Yin and hesitated for a moment before bowing again and retreating. Lu Yin watched her leave. She really did have something to say, but whether it was true or not, he didn't want to hear it. The last thing he wanted was to provoke Yu Sang Tian's sensitive nerves. Other than that, he could do anything. This girl came from Royal God Mountain and her motives weren't simple. Ru Mu walked out of the restaurant and looked back. She saw Lu Yin drink a cup of wine and had a complicated expression. What was this person thinking? Normal people wouldn't be unwilling to listen to her. He couldn't see through her or understand her. Too many people came to Sun Ring City every day and there were many conflicts between them. Fights broke out from time to time. Lu Yin felt like he was watching a play. His days were leisurely and some fights were interesting. For example, Shikaku Boy came from Cloud Crane Domain and had a unique fighting style. There were also Blue Flame Man and Red Flame Man from Ghostfire Domain, and Third Lin and Chulin from Linyu Sect. Master, that's Little Situ from Bo Fan Domain's Bitter Sect. Bitter Sect cultivators mainly train their minds, and they're also people who like to collect their intents, Old Tao introduced. He knew too much about the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table and stopped. His fingertips jumped up and down. To others, it was a strange movement, but only Lu Yin could see a karma spiral entrenched at his fingertips. He tapped it lightly. Karma spirals swept out, piercing through one person after another. Regardless of whether it was the karma wheel or the karma heavenly Dao, they were all similar to techniques and not battle techniques. What Lu Yin wanted was to find a way to use karma to attack. This method was very difficult to grasp. Sometimes he was just short of a little inspiration, but that little inspiration could not be found no matter how hard he tried. The karma spiral continued to weave through Ring Sun City. The person who was penetrated felt it, but there was nothing. It was very strange. Through the karmic spiral, Lu Yin could see various scenes that were related to why they had come to Ring Sun City. However, because there were too many scenes, he didn't plan on looking at them in detail. To him, these people were just passers-by. They were meaningless. He saw a lot of karma that was related to him, and they were all people who were watching him. Many experts had gathered in Ring Sun City. Lu Yin glanced in a certain direction. Just now, when the karma spiral had pierced through little Skydeatha's body, Lu Yin had sensed the karma of hatred. This fellow hated him, and his hatred was extremely strong. Lu Yin asked Old Tao to identify the person. Old Tao looked over and replied respectfully, "So it's Little Death Sky. Do you still remember the three-headed death that attacked Wu Jiang? That's his ancestor." Lu Yiming Bai Ming didn't mind and continued. He quickly asked Old Tao to identify the person, and Old Tao recognized the aura of the Alan domain. Clearly it was related to the battle there. The karma spiral continued to travel back and forth, and there were thousands of people who had karma with Lu Yin. As the spiral returned, Lu Yin stood up. There were many experts in Ring Sun City. Who is this person? Old Tao looked over and frowned. This person looks familiar, but, he's looking at me. At the same time, in a corner of the 100 water towers, a man was looking at Old Tao from a restaurant. The moment their gazes met, the man's expression changed and he turned to leave. Old Tao exclaimed, "It's him, Zhou Xian, a 6 stars dark spirit on the black spirit list." Lu Yin raised a brow. A 6 stars dark spirit? The black spirit list and the white soul list corresponded. The white soul list recorded the top experts of the spiritualized universe. Those who were on the list had a 90% chance of breaking through to the spirit prime realm. Even Sang Tian had been on the list. On the other hand, the black spirit list recorded the greatest threats to the spiritualized universe and those who needed to be eliminated. They were the public enemies of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had always been looking forward to a black spirit list expert joining the Dayu Villa to seek protection. Ordinary offenders didn't even have the qualifications to be recorded on the black spirit list. Only those who were recognized by Beyond Heaven as a threat to the spiritualized universe were qualified. In other words, almost everyone below the level of the sequence laws didn't qualify. Now that he had finally encountered a black spirit list expert, Lu Yin's interest was piqued. He took a step forward and disappeared. Within Ring Sun City, Zhou Xian hurriedly left his original spot. How had he been discovered? He recognized Old Tao. The old man was extremely senior and was very familiar with the spiritualized universe. Zhou Xian had heard of Old Tao's name when he had first stepped onto the path of cultivation. Since he had looked into the old man's eyes, he should have been recognized. He had to leave immediately. Once someone on the black spirit list was exposed, they would be surrounded and attacked. The reward for killing someone on the list was simply too great. It was so great that people would forget about life and death and surround him like moths to a flame. Suddenly, his shoulder sank as an unshakable force stopped him. "Why are you running?" A voice came from behind him, and Zhou Xian saw a hand pressing down on his shoulder. This was the hand that had stopped him from moving. Lu Yin pressed down on Zhou Qian's shoulder and exerted a little force, causing Zhou Qian to feel a sharp pain. "Who are you?" "Third Master." Zhou Qian's heart sank. "I didn't offend Dayu Villa. Why are you attacking me?" "You're Zhou Qian from the Black Spirit list?" Zhou Qian did not deny it. "Yes. You've been watching me." Zhou Qian continued. "Many people have been watching you, Third Master. I was just curious." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "No, you're not curious. You have enmity towards me." "No, it's not enmity. You have the intention to attack me." "I'm curious why?" Zhou Qian was shocked. How was this possible? How could this person tell? He hadn't revealed any killing intent at all, and he really didn't have any enmity with this person. More accurately, those on the Black Spirit list were on the same side as Daoist Villa. The reason he had the intention to attack was because of the spiritualized weapon. He wanted to collect this third master's experiences. This was just a thought that he hadn't shown at all. How did this person know? You've misunderstood, third master. I have no intention of attacking you. The difference in strength between us is too great. I can't possibly fight against Daoist Villa, Zhou Xian denied. Lu Yin grabbed him and brought him back to the restaurant. Facing Lu Yin, Zhou Xian was helpless against his overbearing strength. He was a master of the sequence laws, but was that useful? It was meaningless. Lu Yin had suppressed him with only one hand in parallel time. To Zhou Xian, this difference in strength was no different from a natural chasm. He felt like he was facing Xianxia. In the restaurant, Lu Yin and Zhou Xian faced each other. Old Tao, I'd like to hear about him. What do you want to hear? Why is he on the Black Spirit list? Old Tao explained, the reason why Zhou Xian is on the Dark Spirit list is that he keeps attacking people no matter if they are rogue cultivators or from any forces. Moreover, his attacks are inexplicable and have nothing to do with hatred. At first no one knew why, but gradually people found out about it. He obtained a spiritualized weapon called the 10,000 Scrolls, which contains the experiences of 10,000 people. Each person's experience can help him gain insights into his cultivation. He's one of the rare spiritualized people in the universe. He's reached the sequence laws level, but he doesn't cultivate them. Instead, he cultivates intent-level battle techniques. He's comprehended 2 intent-level battle techniques and is extremely talented. Outside the restaurant, those who were staring at Lu Yin were shocked. That's Zhou Xian. What? 6 stars Black Spirit? Zhou Xian? He's working with Daoist Villa's third master? It doesn't seem like it. Why do I feel like he was captured by third master? That's impossible. In terms of power, Zhou Xian is definitely not third master's match, but he's famous for his ability to hide. Even if he hid near us, he wouldn't be discovered. How could he have been discovered by third master? It's actually Zhou Xian. The Black Spirit list and Daoist Villa are all jackals of the same tribe. They're all enemies of Outer Sky. We should think of a way to deal with them for Lord Yusang Tian. Back in the restaurant, Lu Yin learned more about Zhou Xian. Although he recorded everyone's experiences, he didn't kill them. He looked at Zhou Xian and said, "Let me see the 10,000 scrolls." Zhou Xian obediently took out the 10,000 scrolls and placed them on the table. The 10,000 scrolls was a bamboo scroll. Lu Yin picked it up and flipped through it, but there was nothing there. It's called a record, but it's actually just a record. There are no words on it, Zhou Xian said. Lu Yin thought of the Book of Destiny. Only those who cultivated the Book of Destiny could see it. You want to record my experiences as well? Zhou Xian was helpless. Yes. You're too bold. I'm just thinking about it. You defeated Yushan and Palace Mistress Yao, but I'm not strong enough to record it. I can't even get close. Lu Yin looked at the 10,000 scrolls in a daze. How many people's experiences are recorded? 3,791. Lu Yin raised a hand and a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertips. He pressed it against the 10,000 scrolls and the spiral pierced through them. At the same time, Zhou Xian felt like he was being penetrated again. He had experienced this once before. Now that he thought about Lu Yin's actions, he understood that the third manager had used some method that he couldn't see to make a move. He hadn't just targeted Zhou Xian but rather the entire Ringsun city. Zhou Xian was shocked by this conclusion. No matter what, he was still a powerhouse of the sequence laws. Even if he didn't cultivate the sequence laws, he could still see the sequence particles. If he could even see the sequence particles, then what kind of power did the third manager have that Zhou Xian couldn't see? When he thought of this, Zhou Xian felt a sense of reverence for Lu Yin. He had to stay as far away from this person as possible. He didn't feel safe at all when he was too close, and he felt like he had been completely seen through. Chapter 3460. Zhou Xian had a good feeling, as he had indeed been seen through the 10,000 books. Lu Yin's karma spirals pierced through the scrolls and saw the karma of the 3,791 people. In that instant he ignored his surroundings and everything else. It was as if he was immersed in darkness. Karma spiraled endlessly, transforming into lines. Countless lines circled around in a disorderly manner. These lines were karma. One end of the karma and the other end of the karma. He casually waved his hand and countless karma lines flew out, colliding with each other. Some were knocked away while others were connected. The connected karma lines formed new karma lines that then collided with each other. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he understood. The lines that were knocked away had no karma with each other, but the connected lines had karma with each other. For example, the line that he saw had two unrelated battles, but when they were connected it led to an old case. The side that had died in the battle had created an old case, which had been investigated by the side that had caused the battle. The side that had died did not even know the reason. There had to be a source behind this seemingly inexplicable battle. Zhou Xian had recorded the karma of both sides of the battle, and in the end they were connected by karma lines. Even Zhou Xian herself did not know this. Only Lu Yin had seen through karma and used karma to find the cause. Everything returned to normal and Lu Yin laughed. Karma lines, huh? So this was karma. Everything had a cause and karma was connected by karma lines. Similar karma lines could naturally be connected, but different karma lines could not be connected. The self-illuminating heavens technique had another way of using it, and this method was similar to a battle technique. Zhou Qian and the others were shocked by Lu Yin's sudden laughter, not knowing what he was laughing about. Lu Yin stood up and karma spirals shot out from his fingertips, heading towards the entire Ring Sun City. They pierced through each person and formed karma lines. He did not know what those lines were, nor did he need to know. He had just casually formed them. He then waved his hand and the karma lines collided. Some of them were connected, allowing Lu Yin to see karma. He looked at a person in Ring Sun City. This person was also very confused about how he could become the eldest senior brother of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect. His talent was average, his opportunities were average, and he had no background at all. However, he surpassed many of his fellow disciples because his wife was the daughter of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect's first elder. As for the one-word elder, he abandoned his wife when he was young and got together with the daughter of the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect. That was why he could become the Jade Tripod sect's great elder. He had always secretly taken care of his wife and daughter, allowing them to embark on the path of cultivation. At the same time, he thought of a way to kill his current wife, the daughter of the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect whom he hated. This person could be said to be a villain. He did not dare to tell his daughter about this because his daughter hated him. Only by not telling her would he be able to get along well with his daughter. As for his daughter's husband, he naturally took care of him and walked step by step to the position of the eldest senior brother of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect. No one knew about this, but Lu Yin did. Lu Yin looked at a man and a woman. This man and woman both knew that the other party was their biological brother and sister, but they had to protect their identity as husband and wife. It was indeed a tragedy. They only found out after they got married. There was also the one with horns on his head. That was a fake. This guy was a human-shaped spiritual molt. In order to be with a woman who had undergone a spiritual molt in the beast form, he had disguised himself as a spiritual molt in the beast form and joined the beast territory. This was true love. There was also that wretched man. He had always been looking for his biological father, but he did not know that his biological father was his master. His master himself did not know that he was this man's biological father. It was also a tragedy. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Ping. Lu Yin saw the karma lines one by one and he saw one thing after another. He felt like he was in control of everything. This feeling was similar to the integration of the Dice's 6 pips, but he did not need to integrate them. It was much more convenient than the Dice's 6 pips, but he also knew very few things. Ever since he had learned that spiritualized cultivators could not be integrated by the Dice's 6 pips, Lu Yin had lost that feeling of omniscience. Now it had finally returned. Using the heavenly Tao of karma to suppress the backlash of karma, and using the karma lines to be omniscient and omnipotent, Lu Yin was now confident that he could deal with Xianxia. He had always been at a disadvantage. Lu Yin exhaled and slowly sat down. He could not let Xianxia know about this, or he would not be able to control himself and take action. Lu Yin continued to experiment and cultivate the heavenly Tao of karma until he finally had some results. This was all thanks to Zhou Xian. She had recorded the experiences of so many people, which allowed Lu Yin to see a lot of karma and comprehend the karma lines. You're not bad, Zhou Xian, Lu Yin praised. Zhou Xian was confused. Why is he praising me? Nobody could understand what Lu Yin was thinking. 2 likes almost landed on Zhou Qian's face. They came from Su Wang and Li Shou, who had immediately given Zhou Qian a like. Zhou Qian had the deepest impression of Lu Yin's 2 white teeth. How had he lost his energy? Get lost. Lu Yin was speechless. You came to Ring Sun City partly because of me, but that's not the only reason. What else is there? Zhou Qian glanced at the 10,000 scrolls in front of Lu Yin and then turned to the 100 Waters Tower. I want to leave behind something in the 100 Waters Tower. You still care about the 100 Waters Tower at your level? Lu Yin did not understand. Zhou Qian's tone was low. This is my master's last wish. He didn't fulfill it, so I'm helping him. Lu Yin returned the scrolls to Zhou Qian. Let's go. Zhou Qian did not hesitate and left with the scrolls. Even though he was very curious about Lu Yin, especially about what Lu Yin had done to him, he knew that there were some questions that he should not ask. Right now he was conflicted about whether or not he should stay. With Lu Yin around, he did not feel safe at all. After Zhou Qian left, old Tao said, he probably won't stay. It's the 9 Realms ring, and if he doesn't succeed this time, he'll try again next time. It won't be long anyway. No, he'll stay, and this is his only chance. Lu Yin was certain. Old Tao was puzzled. Why is that? Lu Yin looked outside. He's on the dark spirit list. Everyone's eyes were on me this time, so they won't do anything to him. Especially since he left safely, but it might not be the same next time. For him it might not have been long, but it's the same for others. As long as he still wants to leave behind something in the 100 Waters Tower, he'll definitely come again. Others can afford to wait. Old Tao thought about it and quickly praised, Boss, your foresight is godly. This lowly one is fortunate enough to follow you in this life. I don't expect to see your back in the future, but I hope to walk the same path as you. I'll be satisfied if I can learn even a 10,000th of what you've done. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing were already numb. Old Tao's flattery along the way was enough to make one's scalp numb, and it was not repeated at all. Just this alone was impressive. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Zhou Qian had indeed not left. This was his only chance, and there might be people surrounding him the next time. As for Lu Yin, since he had let Zhou Qian go, he would not do anything to him. He couldn't see the third boss in his eyes. This person must have stayed in Ring Sun City for the sake of the 9 domains Ring Sunday. Thinking of this, Zhou Qian's eyes blazed. Then she would show this third head how much she had prepared for the 9 domains Ring Sunday. He had specially created a concept-based battle technique for the 9 realms ring. Concept-based battle techniques were not something that could be learned just because one wanted to. Lu Yin was the only one who could learn the overturning sky palm that Zhou Xian had created, and the setting sun technique that he had created was similarly unattainable. Concept-based battle techniques focused on conception and comprehension. Concept-based battle techniques were similar to spiritualizing the universe's conception, but one referred to one's realm while the other referred to one's consciousness. Conception? Lu Yin felt that he should go take a look. The consciousness that existed there should be something he could absorb. He had a reason to go, as Qiguan was still in hell. Ring Sun City became even livelier because of Lu Yin's arrival, but as time passed and Lu Yin remained in the restaurant, everyone went about their own business. Aside from those who were watching him, Lu Yin also saw the liveliness of the 9 realms Ring City. He ate many delicacies from various regions. He saw an exotic woman. He saw all kinds of battle techniques, some of which actually lit up his eyes. They were not useful to him but rather inspired him. Lu Yin's location also became a shadow in Ring Sun City. Everyone who came to Ring Sun City would take a look at him and get to know the third master of the spiritualized universe. He was the one who had dared to challenge the spiritualized universe's top experts. No one could understand how Lu Yin could be so strong at such a young age. Some were unconvinced and wanted to challenge him, but they were knocked out by their elders before they could even make a move. It was not their place to step forward. The 9 realms ring will arrive in 10 days. This time my Ghostfire region will leave a mark in the 100 Water Pagoda. Arrogant, your Ghostfire region is despicable and sneaky. How can you have such magnanimity? If there's one, it's my Cloud Crane region. Brothers, please don't argue. It's not just one person who can leave a mark in the 100 Water Pagoda. If you have the ability, you can all do so. A woman smiled. Her face was like a peach blossom and her beauty was compelling. She looked at the restaurant and Lu Yin as she spoke, her eyes rippling with charm. A battle broke out in the distance. The closer it got to the Nine Realms ring, the more fights broke out. Everyone was competing with their magnanimity. Lu Yin watched with interest, and his gaze gradually swept to a corner where a man walked out. He had arrived a long time ago and had been sitting motionless in the corner. Now that the Nine Realms ring was approaching, he finally moved. The first step was to push away those who blocked his way. The second step was to push away those who blocked his way. The third step was to arrive in front of the cultivator from the Ghostfire region and strike with a palm. The cultivator from the Ghostfire region sneered. Red flames spread and burned the void, but they were dispersed by the palm. The fourth step was to face the Cloud Crane region's Shikaku boy. The boy shrieked and a crane danced in the sky. This was the Shikaku region's ultimate technique, but it was also defeated by the man. The man's hands were torn apart, but he did not care. Shikaku boy spat out blood and fell to the ground shouting, "Who are you? You want to cross the heavens in 9 steps and enter the 100-water pagoda? You're courting death." The charming woman attacked the man, but he did not turn around. He took 9 steps forward and did not retreat. No matter how the woman's army descended, he remained unmoved, his body radiating brilliance. Chapter 3461. Lu Yin was shocked. This was a sign that one had trained their body to the limit. He had done the same before. This person was an emissary with a power level of around 600,000 in the Tianyuan universe. He was about the same as these geniuses, but he had trained his body to the limit of his current realm. The woman could not break his defense at all. The woman's 100 weapons descended, but the man grabbed them with one hand and crushed them. She retreated helplessly, her face pale. "I won't stop you. I give up on the Nine Realms ring." In the Nine Realms ring, bearing was the most important thing. The man's fourth step was enough to suppress the crowd and force the woman to retreat voluntarily. Her bearing, including that of Shikaku boy, had all been defeated. There was no need to wait for the Nine Realms ring. The man took his fifth step, and this time he stared at a bald man. The bald man was dressed simply and his eyes were closed. He had not opened them since he had arrived at Ring Sun City. As the man appeared, the bald man opened his eyes and met the man's gaze. He combined his palms, 1,000 karmic palm. Someone exclaimed, 1,000 karmic palm? Isn't that 1,000 karmic demons move? This man is 1,000 karmic demons' successor. 1,000 karmic demon was once a 5-star dark spirit on the dark spirit list. He was an extremely powerful existence, but he died in the Ark region. Rumor has it that 1,000 karmic demon wanted to steal the Ark and cross the distance to the consciousness universe, but he died in battle. I didn't expect 1,000 karmic demon's successor to appear. Bang! The bald man and the man's palms collided. The man's physical strength had reached the limit of his current realm. Although the bald man had not yet reached it, he was very close and had the 1,000 karmic palm. Their palms were ferocious and many people around them retreated. Only a few elders stood firm. Many people had been brought to Ring Sun City by their elders. Within Ring Sun City, the Nine Realms ring was a competition between the younger generation, but there were also some elders who bullied the younger generation. At this moment, an elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the two youths clash. He wanted to eliminate these two competitors for his young master's protection. Bang! There was another collision and the bald man took a step back. The 1,000 karmic palm was still no match for the limit of physical strength of the same realm. The bald man did not want to retreat, but he had no choice. The man's palm descended once more and the bald man was sent flying. This was the 5th step. At the 6th step, the man's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Yin. In the shadows, the old man who originally intended to make a move against the man hurriedly stopped and was shocked. This little fellow actually wanted to make a move against the third boss? He must be crazy. In his eyes, this man at the spirit battle level could only be considered a small fellow because he was the spirit ancestor. And in the eyes of the third master, he was also a little fellow. This person was simply too audacious. Yes, he was gambling, staking everything on the last step of the Nine Realms ring Sunday. He didn't want 9 steps but 6. The 6th step would be the third boss. Daring to face the third boss, his spirit was unparalleled. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. She actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone for the 6 steps to ascend the heavens. The man took his 6th step and faced the restaurant directly. He met Lu Yin's gaze and struck out with his palm. If this attack did not kill him, then his aura would subdue everyone. However, before he could take the sixth step, his body fell straight to the ground. No one knew what had happened. Lu Ying made his move. This person was extraordinarily courageous, and he truly did not fear death. If he did not die with this step, he would definitely leave his name in the 100 Waters Pagoda. His bearing was already unparalleled, and he was challenging the heavens with the body of an ant. But was Lu Ying the kind of person who would pave the way for others? If this had been the Tianyuan universe, he would have been happy to do so, but this was the spiritualized universe. The stronger the person, the more likely he was to be a threat to the Tianyuan universe. Then he would just fall. As for killing him, there was no need. An ant challenging the heavens was a gamble for survival. It was not a gamble for one's own strength, but rather for the heavens' carelessness. This person had succeeded. Lu Ying did not kill him, but he also did not let him take the sixth step. The entire plan had been based on a single move. The difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by bearing. It had to be overcome step by step. The crowd dispersed, leaving behind the man on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The Baldi stared at the man in a daze. He was very similar to this man, but this man had attacked first and he had been defeated. They were all independent cultivators who had faced the pressure of various powerful organizations, and it had not been easy for them to walk out. They looked up at the restaurant. Lu Ying continued to drink, occasionally listening to old Tao's flattery. He was carefree. One day he would be able to do the same and make the spiritualized universe not dare to underestimate him. The closer it was to the Nine Realms ring, the more people would think of ways to increase their bearing and suppress others. There were all sorts of strange methods. There were even people who had learned from the Dayu Villa and provoked the realm beyond heaven, but they had been completely destroyed. Lu Ying sympathized with them. One day before the Nine Realms ring, someone had completed the 9 steps of bearing. The 9th step had been directed at Ru Mu, and he had defeated her by a single move. His bearing was unparalleled. This person's name was Yi Jun, and when he defeated Ru Mu and completed the 9 steps, his name was destined to spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Yi Jun was the image of a peerless young master that everyone had imagined. His bearing was unparalleled and his eyes were like swords. He was perfect and unparalleled. Many girls' eyes lit up as if they had seen another Zhou Xian. But in the next moment, Sword Qi appeared out of nowhere and beheaded him. Even in death he had a smile on his face. He had believed that he had reached the peak, but it had ended in his death. Many felt that it was a pity, as Yi Jun was definitely a genius. What a pity. No one knew who had attacked him, but there was no need to know, as no one had helped Yi Jun. Lu Ying retracted his gaze. He had seen who had attacked him, but he would not interfere. Was it a pity? There was no other way, as this was the path of cultivation. This person was indeed a genius, but his edge was too sharp. If he could avoid this calamity, his future would be limitless, but how many people could avoid it? There had been too many geniuses since ancient times, but those who could reach the end were not necessarily geniuses. In Ring Sun City, Yi Jun was not the only one who had completed the 9 steps. Ru Mu had not completely revealed his strength. Advancing did not necessarily mean advancing. Sometimes retreating was also advancing. Unfortunately, most people could not see it clearly. They had thought that Yi Jun's death would make them tremble in fear. On the contrary, the two of them had started the 9 steps. This was the most effective move. Under the 9 steps they would win every step. It was as if they had defeated everyone in Ring Sun City. Who would not be moved? Bearing. If one could pass it, one would be unparalleled. If one couldn't, one would be arrogant. Regardless of whether it was unparalleled or arrogant, one had to go through it. A purple-haired girl attracted everyone's attention. She had completed the 1st step to the 7th step almost instantly. Her opponents were not weak, especially Bu Fanyu's Ku men. Little Situ. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Peak the Bitter sect was extremely famous in the spiritualized universe. The cultivators inside mainly focused on tempering their minds. Willpower did not necessarily represent strength, but it represented perseverance and, to a certain extent, bearing. Little Situ of Ku men was not weak, and his willpower was as steady as a rock. Even Yi Jun didn't pick him as an opponent. Little Situ could be defeated, but if he wanted to suppress Little Situ in terms of bearing, it would be very difficult. He would rather die. However, the purple-haired woman chose Ku School's Little Situ. using a stalk of grass to make him lose his way, ultimately defeating him. This scene made the expression of Sikong of the bitter sect who was staring at Lu Yin turn ugly, but he did not attack the purple-haired woman. Some people could make a move while others couldn't. This purple-haired woman was no different. In Ring Sun City, besides the third headmaster, no one would attack the purple-haired woman. Behind her stood a ruthless man. On the 8th step, the purple-haired woman attacked a man with a round face who seemed to be no threat. The man was startled. "Purple dress, did I provoke you? Why are you looking for me?" The purple-haired woman smiled faintly. "Stop pretending. Everyone knows that you are a master from the Heavens Craftsman realm, but I don't believe that you are a master from the Heavens Craftsman realm." The surrounding people were in an uproar. "That little fatty is a master from the Heavens Craftsman realm? That's impossible." "How is that possible? I don't believe it." "It should be true. Otherwise, Purple Dress wouldn't have chosen this little fatty as the person to attack on the 8th step. But that little fatty doesn't look like a master at all. You can't judge a book by its cover." Hearing the surrounding people's discussions, the little fatty's face turned red. He scolded angrily, "You are the little fatty. Your whole family is little fatty. Purple Dress, you asked for it. You can end this 9 regions ring Sunday." After speaking, he opened his hand and the silk threads condensed, forming a net that flew towards Purple Dress. The purple-haired woman laughed. "Little fatty, you finally exposed yourself. Only a master dares to use the Heavens Craftsman realm's 100 transformations spirit thread. Otherwise you will be in trouble. You..." Before she finished speaking, the little fatty wailed. His arms were cut by the spirit thread and blood splattered on the ground. The surrounding people were stunned. Purple Dress was also stunned. What does this mean?" The little fatty wailed in pain. "I said I'm not a master, but you insisted that I am. Master, save me. Your cute disciple is going to die. Master." Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Then they burst out laughing. The little fatty was also forced. The surrounding people's discussions made him unable to back down. He could only risk using the 100 transformation spirit thread, and this was the result. Purple Dress's face was as purple as her long hair. She was so angry that she was trembling. This bastard, she had been wrong all along. This damn fatty was unfathomable several times. She really thought that he had broken through and become a master, so she deliberately left the 8th step for him. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now, not only had the little fatty become a laughingstock, but she had also become a laughingstock. As for the presence of the 9 steps, there was no need to think about it. It had all been exposed. Purple Dress gritted her teeth in anger. The little fatty had only cared about looking for his master to treat his injuries. She wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. In the restaurant, Kai Keqing's lips curled up. Even she couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Old Tao smiled and shook his head. "Purple Dress, it's over. I never thought that the presence of the 9 steps would be broken so easily." Lu Yin looked at Purple Dress. He had seen this woman before in the tributary of the River of Time. She was one of the elite geniuses who had invaded the Tianyuan universe, and her strength was not bad. He then turned to look at the little fatty who was looking for his master everywhere. This little fatty was doing this on purpose. Interesting. He was very smart. Purple Dress was unstoppable. Since she had chosen the little fatty as her opponent for the 8th step, she had a certain level of confidence. The little fatty could have used the 100 transformation spirit thread, but he had deliberately failed. He had only cut his own arm to break Purple Dress' presence and reduce the number of competitors. It was so simple that there was no need to fight. In comparison, the little fatty was the smartest. Chapter 3462. What's the situation with the Heavens Craftsman realm? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao explained, my spiritualized universe is connected to a parallel spacetime portal. There are a total of 36 domains connected by spirit threads, and these threads come from the Heavens Craftsman realm. The Heavens Craftsman realm produces spirit threads and is good at making weapons. Weapons made from spirit threads are especially popular, and attacking in the 36 domains can increase one's strength to a certain extent. Thus, the Heavens Craftsman realm has a very high status among the 36 domains. The strongest in the Heavens Craftsman realm are also the best at making weapons, and they are called Grandmasters. Below them are Grandmasters, and Young Masters. There are no titles below them. That fatty is a young master, and the difference between a grandmaster and a young master is the 100 transformation spirit thread battle technique. Anyone who can use the 100 transformation spirit thread is a grandmaster, because to make a spirit thread weapon, one must use spirit threads. So that's how it is. Of the 36 domains, some were ordinary while others were very powerful. In the distance, Ziyi's expression turned ugly. The old woman arrived and consoled her. Forget it. No one expected that fatty to be so disappointing. Next time he'll definitely be able to pick a good opponent. Ziyi was unwilling to accept this. How could she become a laughingstock? She had always been the one to take the initiative, and she had provoked Origin Destroyer several times. That cat and the one hiding in the blanket were the true elites of the spiritualized universe. They had once taken a battleship together and had almost gone to the Tianyuan universe. These people had been fooled by her and she had actually become a laughingstock. If news of this spread, how would she face the world? The 8th step. She had lost at the 8th step, so she had to raise her bearing. However, even if she defeated the number one person of the younger generation, she would not be able to make up for it. Suddenly she looked up at the restaurant. There was only one way, and that was to challenge someone she could not defeat and use her unrivaled spirit to suppress everything. It was that person, the third master of the Dayu Villa. Ziyi took a step forward and arrived at the restaurant to face Lu Yin. Not far from her was the first man to reach the 9th step. He was still unconscious and no one dared to check if he was dead. The old woman was shocked. "Young master, what are you doing?" Lu Yin looked down at Ziyi. Another one had come. Was she trying to use herself as a laughingstock? She was too naive. Ziyi's dignity did not allow her to become a laughingstock. If she really did become a laughingstock, then she might as well die. In the distance, little Fatty saw this and was shocked. It can't be, right? Is there a need to go so far? This beauty's ego is too strong. Everyone was stunned and many of their eyes lit up. Great, if Ziyi died at the hands of the third master, then the ruthless person behind her would definitely make a move. At that time there would be a good show to watch. Only that kind of ruthless person would be able to uncover the secrets of the Dayu Manor. "Young master, don't be rash." The old woman pulled Ziyi, wanting to take her away. Ziyi was stubborn. "Granny, if I don't take this step, I will become a laughingstock." The old lady said anxiously, "Young master, it's better to be alive than dead. This person doesn't even care about Master Yu Xianxia. He even said that he would carve his name in the heavens beyond Supreme Celestial Palace. He doesn't care about Grandmaster Tian Shu and doesn't care about any Sang Tian." Ziyi clenched her fists. "Life and death will depend on this step." "Young master." The old woman shouted and looked at the restaurant. She saw the coldness in Lu Yin's eyes and her scalp went numb. She immediately hit Ziyi's neck and knocked her out. She carried her and ran without hesitation. Ziyi did not expect this. The old woman was her protector and she never thought that she would be knocked out and taken away by her protector one day. Lu Yin did not stop her as she had not provoked him yet. The old woman was decisive. "Who's behind Ziyi? Many people are waiting to watch the show." Lu Yin was curious. Old Tao sighed in relief. "Zi Tianshu, a Sang Tian level expert. She once became Sang Tian but gave up her position. She is a true Sang Tian level expert." Lu Yin was surprised. Became Sang Tian and gave up Sang Tian? Why? Old Tao shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. She said, "I don't know." Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Became Sang Tian and gave up Sang Tian. He wanted to meet this person. These people all wanted to watch the show and hoped that Lu Yin would kill Ziyi to lure Zi Tianshu out and find out more about Dayu Manor. Lu Yin's trip was to ease Yu Sang Tian's worries and increase the Tao of Karma. He was not really going to war with the spiritualized universe. He would still take care of this. Ziyi was taken away and the day before the 9-domain sun finally passed. Ring Sun City welcomed complete peace. No one would come again. Those who should come had come and those who should leave had left. Countless people in the 9 realms waited for the end of the year to welcome a new day. They looked forward to seeing which elites would leave their names in the 100 water towers. These people might become Sang Tian in the future and be recorded in history. Ring Sun City fell into darkness, the darkness before dawn. Lu Yin took a sip of wine as the first ray of light shone. The 9-domain sun had arrived. The dazzling light rose from the east and headed for the stars. Within Ring Sun City, Everyone looked up at the blinding light with excited expressions. It was here. Charge! Someone shouted and stepped forward, heading for the blinding light. The nine-domain sun used its light to illuminate the 9 realms. The closer one got to the sun, the more they would be seen by the 9 realms. Xianxia had once allowed the 36 realms to see clearly, and that moment had been recorded in history. It had become the highest point in the 100 water towers. Everyone wanted to achieve that moment. In the world of cultivation, strength was respected, and the 9-domain sun was one of the few celestial phenomena that strength could not determine. The 3-cup scholar was a role model for everyone. Legend had it that a down-and-out scholar had unintentionally come here. His cultivation was low, but his heart was loftier than the heavens. He drank 3 cups of wine with everyone he met, and he did not lower his head even when he met Xianxia. Everyone thought that it was fake. If he really met Xianxia, how could he not lower his head? This person had only said that to make sure that he would not meet Xianxia. Xianxia was someone who might not even meet the spirit ancestor, let alone a down-and-out scholar. However, in the 9-domain sun, this scholar had illuminated the 18 realms and shocked the spiritualized universe. This person's cultivation was as good as nothing, and any cultivator could defeat him. However, such a person had surpassed the spiritualized warriors and the spirit ancestor, illuminating the 18 realms just like Xianxia of that era. This matter had shaken the spiritualized universe, and Xianxia had descended. The scholar drank 3 cups of wine and left with a smile. He did not accept any gifts or favors and finally enjoyed his old age. When he was alive, all the major factions had expressed their willingness to accept him. Xianxia was even willing to accept him as a disciple, but he was rejected. The 3-cup scholar's heart was loftier than the heavens. The others were different. They hoped to have the 3-cup scholar's bearing and walk to another height in life. If the 3-cup scholar could do it, the others felt that they could do it. One figure after another headed towards the sun, followed by all kinds of arrogant words. Today I, Shitsong, will illuminate the 36 realms and be comparable to you, Xianxia. I have learned the martial arts of my clan since I was young. At the age of 10 I became a battle spirit molt. At the age of 15 I became a battle spirit wanderer. At the age of 20 I became famous in the starry sky. Among my peers who can fight with me, everyone in Ring Sun City is just an ant. Even Xianxia can be my friend. In the heavens and earth only I am the supreme. Countless voices rang out, welcoming the light of the sun and illuminating Ring Sun City. In Ring Sun City, everyone looked up, hoping that someone could be higher and illuminate more regions. However, at this moment no one could merge with the sun. Only by merging with the sun could one borrow the light of the sun to illuminate the 9 regions. That was the time to compete for bearing. Merging with the sun also required a corresponding bearing. Unfortunately, no matter how much these people said, it was useless. They could not get close to the sun. Some people used battle techniques to try to get close to the sun, but they could not do it. The sun in the 9 regions was a kind of celestial phenomenon. If there was a cultivator at the spirit battle level who could forcefully get close to the sun, it could be done. However, they could not merge with the sun. To them, the sun was just an illusory scene and was useless. At this point, there were already experts at the spirit battle level who had tried it. Only bearing could subdue the sun and illuminate the 9 regions. Soon the first person to merge with the sun appeared. Unexpectedly, it was a child who looked to be around 10 years old. He was arrogant and said, "When I grow up, I will step on the outer regions. I am born with horns and invincible spiritualized." Ring Sun City was shocked. It's the little salamander from the myriad beasts border. What? He's that little salamander? The myriad beasts border hides a group of old fellows. Most of them have been able to survive until now because of their special spiritualization. The old salamander is one of them. It's said that the old salamander is at the same level as Xianxia, so no one dares to provoke him. I didn't expect him to come. How come no one knew about it before? Joe, I know. That little salamander has been hiding in the restaurant. That third master. The myriad beasts border and Dayu Villa are enemies. He's afraid of being captured by the third master. I see. In the restaurant, old Tao told Lu Yin about the salamander's origins. Lu Yin was surprised. Although he had used the karma spiral to pass through many people in Ring Sun City, he had coincidentally avoided the salamander. This little guy was deliberately avoiding him. Although that was the case, this little guy's bearing was extraordinary. Was he still underage? The sun shone brightly and illuminated the 9 filaments. Soon, the light spread throughout the 9 filaments, allowing countless people to see the elite geniuses that had appeared at the end of the year. In the past, many geniuses had been able to merge with the sun. After all, those with a bit of strength had powerful backgrounds, and their knowledge and experience far surpassed others. Naturally, their bearing surpassed most people. However, before the salamander could illuminate the 9 filaments, the sun moved. The salamander was furious. Who's so unruly? The others were shocked as well. Anyone who merged with the sun would not be disturbed. This was a rule that had been passed down for countless years. Otherwise, no one would be able to properly illuminate the 9 filaments. The salamander had been the first to merge with the sun, and the others could only watch. Anyone who broke the rule would become everyone's enemy. However, someone had clearly broken the rule and used their bearing to draw the sun away, preventing the salamander from illuminating the 9 filaments. How many years had it been since something so unruly had happened? The salamander was naturally furious. Within Ring Sun City, the salamander's protector was furious. He took a step forward and wanted to attack, but he suddenly stopped in place. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and he didn't dare move. The sun wasn't moving in the same direction as it should, but rather towards Ring Sun City. Looking in that direction, everyone could only think of one person, the third master. Chapter 3463. Above the restaurant, Lu Yin slowly stepped out and floated in the air. He looked up at the descending ring sun, its scorching light causing the water to boil. The 100-water pagoda was the tallest, and it began to melt as Ring Sun approached. There had never been a case of Ring Sun descending upon Ring Sun City. But at this moment Ring Sun was about to descend as if it couldn't wait to be subdued. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the others were shocked. They knew that with Lu Yin's ability he could definitely illuminate many domains. He might even be comparable to Yu Xianxia's 36 domains, but even Yu Xianxia had taken the initiative to merge with Ring Sunday. What was happening now? Ring Sun was descending to merge with Lu Yin? The cultivators heading towards Ring Sun avoided it as it swept past them and descended upon the city. The 100-water pagoda melted. The tallest pagoda represented Yu Xianxia, and it was the first to melt. Ring Sun City looked like a red crystal lying in the starry sky, reflecting the rainbow-colored light. It was magnificent. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked up. Bearing? What was bearing? Was becoming an unparalleled powerhouse bearing? Was challenging the impossible bearing? No, neither was it. Protecting a part of the universe, this was magnanimity. He, Lu Yin, was the master of the Tianyuan universe. He had personally led the Tianyuan universe's experts on an expedition to the spiritualized universe. This was bearing. There was no need for words. Just by standing there, his bearing overshadowed everything else. At this moment, even if Yu Xianxia was here, Lu Yin was confident that he could surpass him. Ring Sun would only merge with him because he was the one with the greatest bearing. He had experienced too much and he was indifferent to life and death. Who could compare to him in bearing a universe on his back? He not only represented himself but also the Tianyuan universe. He represented the countless people who were facing despair and destruction. He had enjoyed the bliss of the world, carefree and unfettered. He had climbed up step by step from an ant to the abyss of death. He had experienced everything in this world, in this universe and in this universe. The moment he arrived at Ring Sun City no longer had a choice. Ring Sun City was in an uproar. Everyone who saw this scene was about to go crazy. How could this be? How could something like this happen? Ring Sun completely descended and merged with Lu Yin. Light suddenly erupted, piercing through the darkness, descending upon regions, landing in front of countless people. It wasn't just the 9 filaments. At this moment all of the 36 filaments in the spiritualized universe saw Lu Yin. There were some domains that had only seen the 9 regions Ring Sun once since ancient times, and it happened in Yusang Heaven. Right now it was the second time. They saw an unfamiliar young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't exude an imposing aura, but instead he stood at the highest point and looked down on everyone. Regardless of whether they were in the 36 filaments or in outer space, everyone could only look up at Lu Yin. In the land of 10,000 beasts, many eyes opened and looked up. Who is this person? My 10,000 beast border has seen the 9 regions ring sun 3 times since ancient times. This child is the 3rd master of the Dayu Mountain Manor. The Dayu Mountain Manor has killed the experts of the 10,000 beast border. We will not rest until we are dead. Old Salamander, your descendants have also gone to Sun Ring City, right? It doesn't matter. Life and death are up to fate. However, if this brat dares to attack my juniors, I will have to go to the Dayu Manor to demand an explanation. Within the Gate of Arts, the earth was churning. This brat is really something. He was able to show us that the Gate of Arts is close to the sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times, we have only seen the 9 domains ring sun twice. This brat is comparable to Xianxia. Who is he? I want to take him in as a disciple. You are not qualified. You are the one who is not qualified. My time is almost up and I want to pass on my mantle before I die. Who knows how many elites and geniuses will fight over it? He is the 3rd master of the Dayu Manor. Everyone be quiet. Zhang Ming's voice rang out. Everyone fell silent. They were indeed not qualified to be the Dayu Manor's disciple. The Zhikong domain, Lushan domain, Heaven's Craftsman domain, Boat domain, and many other domains that rarely saw the 9 domains ring sun looked up in surprise when they saw Lu Yin. Within the sky beyond Heaven's palace, Xianxia looked up. They met again, Master Lu. In the Heaven's Origin universe, Xianxia had fought against Lu Yin in the sky above Heaven's sect. Now a few decades had passed and Xianxia saw Lu Yin again in the spiritualized universe. Xianxia had taken the initiative, been passive, calculated and schemed. Everything he had done was to fight against this person. Xianxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent when he recalled the tremors from before. If not for the fact that the time wasn't right, he definitely would not have allowed this person to continue living. This person was too dangerous. Everyone in the spiritualized universe looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not see them, but he knew that everyone could see him, and that was enough. He raised his right hand and wrote in the void. The light constantly distorted as it headed towards the 36 domains. My Dayu Manor announces that all crimes will be lifted and that we will protect all those who are not evil. These words headed towards the entire spiritualized universe, constantly stirring up the nerves of some people. Inside and outside Ring Sun City, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They should stop this, but who could stop this? Zhou Xian was bitter as he had been defeated. The moment Ring Sun descended upon Ring Sun City, he had used his Intent Realm battle technique. Sunrise illuminates my mausoleum in the east. This meant that even after he died, the light would illuminate his mausoleum, and everyone would worship him. This was an Intent Realm battle technique that had been specially prepared for the 9 domains Ring Sunday. He believed that he could definitely illuminate more than 15 domains and fulfill his master's wish. He had waited a long time for this moment. This Intent Realm battle technique was extremely difficult to create, but the moment he created it, he knew that he had succeeded. However, no one had expected that they would encounter the 3rd master. Concept battle skills could not shake Huan Ri at all. Huan Ri had merged with the 3rd master without any hindrance. What did he have? He wasn't the only one. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, many people had tried to seize Huan Ri, but no one had succeeded, including the masters of the sequence laws. No one could surpass Lu Yin in terms of bearing. They had no idea what kind of opponent they were facing. They were not just facing one person but the entire universe. In the past, Dayu Mountain Villa had let some people know that they were provoking sky beyond heaven and Yusang heaven. Now, the entire spiritualized universe knew about this. Lu Yin was very clear that the more he did this, the more Xianxia would let go of his misgivings, which would give him more time to increase his karma. Stillwater? Pete, as for the other experts in the spiritualized universe, there would definitely be a group of them who would make a move. However, most of them were smart and would not rashly make a move to court death. The 10,000 beasts border was like that. Light flashed in front of Lu Yin's eyes and the scene constantly changed. This light was coming from the distance. Lu Yin sensed something and released his karma. The God Sealing Catalog's golden light instantly pressed down on Huan Ri City. Endless karma spiraled into the sky and extended along with the light. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw a shocking scene. This was the karma of the spiritualized universe. At that moment, another light suddenly appeared, crossing an unknown distance to arrive in front of Lu Yin. It was accompanied by a finger and a claw. A projection? Old Tao cried out. The finger and claw suddenly descended in front of Lu Yin. He had no idea where they had come from, but they brought with them an unparalleled killing intent that swept through the heavens, causing everyone to feel suffocated. A primordial realm powerhouse. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he raised his left hand. With the Tao of Tianyi, his right hand formed a claw, the desolate god's claw. Bang! Bang! The void shook as darkness spread out in all directions, engulfing Huanri City. Everyone moved aside. Someone had used a projection to cross an endless distance and ambush Lu Yin. The others did not want to be implicated. The person who dared to attack the third mistress had to be powerful, at least on par with Palace Mistress Yao. Finger against finger, claw against claw, Lu Yin seemed to see two pairs of eyes, both icy and sinister. Hiding your head and showing your tail. Do you think you can deal with me? Lu Yin's eyes widened as he exerted strength in his arms, shattering the two attacks. The sequence particles scattered in front of him. Was it a sequence technique? Someone was using a sequence technique to ambush him. At that moment, his mind rumbled as a boundless consciousness descended from an unknown place, smashing into Lu Yin's head like a morning bell. Lu Yin's vision darkened as his consciousness planet rotated in the starry sky above his heart. He shook his head vigorously and heard a faint voice. Be careful. Behind him, an old woman walked out of the void with a sinister smile. The Qi family isn't something you can offend. She then stabbed at Lu Yin with a spike, tearing through the void to reveal absolute darkness. This scene seemed to freeze in time. Everyone could see Lu Yin's head being separated from his body as his blood dyed Huanri City red. At the same time, this scene was transmitted to the entire spiritualized universe by Huanri's light. Everyone in the spiritualized universe stared at the sky, shocked by this scene. This was a shocking assassination. Two primordial realm experts had attacked with their full strength, and one of them had even used their consciousness to launch a sneak attack. In the end, the old woman had a chance, and the consciousness used to launch the sneak attack was equivalent to a primordial realm expert. In other words, 3 primordial realm experts had worked together to create this opportunity. The old woman was a 7-star dark spirit, and Lord Qi was also a primordial realm expert. This was the strongest assassination since ancient times. This scene would definitely be fixed in the minds of countless people, never to fade away. The spike was about to touch Lu Yin's neck. Then it pierced through. The spike brushed past Lu Yin's neck, piercing nothing. Impossible. The old woman's eyes narrowed as Lu Yin turned around, his gaze as deep as the ocean. Many pieces of trash want to kill me. You're just one of them. The old woman stared at Lu Yin blankly. Such a trap had actually failed. She hurriedly retreated, but Lu Yin paused and frowned. Innate gift? Using this opportunity, she pulled away from Lu Yin and stared at him in disbelief. You didn't faint. Lu Yin looked at the old woman. Was that your innate gift? Not bad, it's combined with space. Unfortunately, I won't let you escape a second time. At this moment, the sun disappeared and the light dispersed. The 9-domain sun ring had ended. To the spiritualized universe's people, they had seen a shocking assassination attempt, but it had failed in the end. What had left the deepest impression on them was Lu Yin turning around. His gaze was as deep as the ocean, giving off an unshakable feeling. Who was this person? The various organizations in the spiritualized universe were shaken. They were all guessing who had done it. In Ring Sun City, old Tao blurted out, Lord Qi? Lu Yin heard it. So you're Lord Qi. You really are a 7-star dark spirit. You have some strength. Lord Qi was shocked. Some strength? Only this person would dare to say that. She was a spiritual primordial realm expert, someone who had once used her own strength to create a will, becoming a famous existence on the Black Spirit ranking. Today she had already overestimated the third boss by working together with others, but she had still underestimated him. Chapter 3464. Master, be careful. Lord Qi has an innate gift that allows her to freeze the void, similar to a spatial technique. This innate gift allowed her to be successful in her youth, and she was once called the top of the younger generation. No one in her generation could avoid freezing the void, but as her cultivation increased, more and more people came into contact with the power of space and time. This caused her innate gift's effectiveness to decrease, but it's still very useful for sneak attacks, old Tao explained. Lord Qi glanced at old Tao coldly. Old thing, you've offended my Qi family. You'll die a horrible death. Old Tao did not want to offend the Qi family, but currying favor with Lu Yin was the right thing to do. If Lu Yin had just died it would have been fine, but Lu Yin had even ignored such a situation. Old Tao was shocked, and he was certain that aside from Sang Tian, no one was a match for this third master. If he did not curry favor now, then when? When he thought of this, Old Tao became excited. Old woman, you're the one who's courting death. You don't even know who you've offended. Our master is a god who came from a mythological land. How can a mere mortal like you compare to him? Close your dog eyes. Even looking at our master is an insult and you want to kill him? Even thinking about it is sinful. You're not worthy. Bah. Lord Qi was furious and wanted to slap Old Tao to death. She and Old Tao were old acquaintances, and he had once called her Fairy June. Now he was calling her old woman? How preposterous. How hateful. Lord Qi sneered. Good. Old thing, just you wait. Once I deal with this person I'll consign you to eternal damnation. With that she threw the spike in her hand at Lu Yin. She landed in circling Sun City and appeared in another location. There were a few people there and they were working together. Lu Yin looked over and saw a spirit treasure array. So that was how it was. It was a spirit treasure array with intent. No wonder there had been such a powerful consciousness attack. Lord Qi had teamed up with a few spirit ancestors and used a spirit treasure array to attack with a consciousness comparable to a spirit prime. Again, Lord Qi did not believe that Lu Yin could withstand a few attacks. A spirit prime's consciousness had caused the spiritualized universe to suffer greatly, and there had been cases of bitter adversity, cultivators dying to a spirit prime's consciousness. In her opinion, Lu Yin was at most a spirit prime, and he could definitely defeat this person. Lu Yin grabbed the spike and casually turned it, looking into the distance, and waited for the consciousness attack. Old Tao was shocked. Master, be careful. That's a concept spiritual treasure array. Palace Master Yao Kai Kiching and the others all saw the spirit treasure array of the intent realm again. They were once part of this spirit treasure array. Anyone who had participated in the war in the universe of consciousness would be familiar with this numinous treasure array. To life forms in the universe of consciousness, this numinous treasure array formation was a shield to protect spiritualized cultivators. But to spiritualized cultivators, this numinous treasure array formation was a killing weapon. The Qi family relied on this spirit treasure array formation to intimidate the spiritualized universe. Qi Shangjuan didn't know how Lu Yin had managed to withstand the first attack, but it didn't matter. This person definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the second, third, and fourth attacks. The Qi family had killed many of their enemies because of this, and Lu Yin wouldn't be an exception. Lu Yin stood tall in the sky and did not move at all. He looked at the numinous treasure array formation with a strange gaze. So that's how it worked. Using one's consciousness as the source of the sourcebox's killing intent to form a spirit treasure array that would allow the sourcebox's power to multiply. This was indeed a good method. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he thought of something. On the other side, Qi Shangjuan had already sent out 7 consciousnesses to form the numinous treasure array formation. There were 3 spirit progenitors and a spirit prime like herself. Now the 3 spirit progenitors were bleeding from all orifices, and they were on the verge of collapse. Although the numinous treasure array formation was powerful, it could not attack without limit. If not for the support of a spirit prime like Qi Shangjuan, the 3 spirit progenitors would only be able to unleash a consciousness attack at the level of a sequence law. They would not be able to reach the level of a primordial realm cultivator. Qi Shangjuan stared at Lu Yin in a daze. This person was completely unharmed. How could this be? Everyone else guessed that Lu Yin and the others were life forms from the universe of consciousness, but she knew, as did some of the spiritualized universe's upper echelons. Wu Jiang came from the Heaven's Origin universe. How could a cultivator from the Heaven's Origin universe withstand such a terrifying consciousness attack? Even if this person really was a life form from the universe of consciousness, he shouldn't have been able to do so. Countless life forms from the universe of consciousness had been killed by the numinous treasure array formation. Lu Yin casually threw out a spike at Qi Shangjuan. She froze in the void, but the void shattered layer by layer. Finally, the spike pierced through her shoulder and then through the spirit progenitor's body, breaking the numinous treasure array formation. The other 2 spirit progenitors saw that the situation was bad and wanted to escape, but they were pierced by another spike from Lu Yin. Blood stained the ground. Lu Yin raised his hand and flicked his finger at Qi Shangjuan. His power formed a finger wind that pierced through Qi Shangjuan's body. Qi Shangjuan coughed up blood. She was shocked by Lu Yin's resistance to consciousness and his strength, but she did not retreat. Blood flowed like a river. She stood there and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "What are you waiting for? Waiting for the life's end chapter?" Qi Shangjuan's eyes narrowed. How did you know?" All this time Qi Shangjuan had never revealed the sequence cultivation method. She had always cultivated consciousness and the Qi family cultivated consciousness. However, Qi Shangjuan cultivated the sequence cultivation method, and it was the life's end chapter which was ranked 6th. This secret was only known by the Qi family in Xianxia. This was Qi Shangjuan's trump card. When she ambushed Lu Yin, she had already released her sequence particles to attack with the life's end chapter. Even if she felt that Lu Yin would not be able to avoid the ambush, she had still done so. She had not expected Lu Yin to avoid the ambush and even ignore the consciousness bombardment. She had not expected any of this, but it was fine. She still had her final trump card, the life's end chapter. This 6th-ranked sequence cultivation method was enough to bury this person. However, she had never dreamed that Lu Yin would recognize the life's end chapter. The life's end sequence cultivation method used the laws to analyze the opponent and turn it into a poison that only targeted the opponent. Meng Sang also cultivated this sequence cultivation method. This sequence cultivation method was not very useful in a fight, but once it was used, victory would be decided. If he had not fought with Meng Sang in the tributary of the River of Time, Lu Yin would not have recognized it and would not have been ambushed by Qi Shangjuan. Even so, he could still resolve it. The small boat could reverse for 1 second. 1 second was enough. Qi Shangjuan did not know how complicated her opponent's cultivation was. He had dabbled in everything and had even reached great success in everything. Lu Yin's recognition of the life's end chapter caused an uproar. Old Tao was shocked. Qi Shangjuan had cultivated a sequence cultivation method? Or was it the 6th-ranked final chapter of life? Palace Master Yao Si Kong of the Ku Men and the other experts didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder the Qi clan wanted to protect Lord Qi. Lord Qi was too talented. She was talented, cultivated her consciousness and even practiced the sequence method. Until now, she had not used her spiritualization talent. This woman was truly worthy of being a 7-star black spirit. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? If she was given time, she might be able to compete for the position of Sang Tian. Since Lu Yin knew about the life's end chapter, it meant that this method was useless. Qi Shangjuan knew that he had been holding on for so long in vain. He wasn't as strong as Lu Yin, and now that he was heavily injured, he really would die if he continued to hold on. She had narrowly escaped the intent realm and had been protected by the Qi family until now. If she were to die like this, she wouldn't be willing, and the Qi family wouldn't be willing either. Third head, the Qi clan has grasped the intent realm. Let me live. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them, Qi Shangjuan said in a low voice. Lu Yin said disdainfully, the Qi family has grasped the concept? Are you joking with me? Then what is the War Alliance? Lord Qi gritted her teeth. The War Alliance and the Qi clan are not what they seem to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape even if I had a slim chance of survival. If the Dayu Villa wants to change the structure of the spiritualized universe and remove the taboos, it's not as simple as defeating Yusang Tian. Before Yusang Tian existed, there were various taboos in the spiritualized universe. In particular, beast-shaped spiritual molds can't be combined with human-shaped spiritual molds. This has been passed down since ancient times and has never been changed. Lu Yin didn't care if Yusang Tian was the one who had set the rules. What he wanted was to find trouble and cause trouble. After all, this was the spiritualized universe, not the Tian Yuan universe. It didn't matter how much trouble he caused. However, Lu Yin was curious about Lord Qi's attitude. You don't seem to respect Yusang Tian that much. Lord Qi exhaled and the blood at the corner of her mouth froze. As she spoke, the frozen blood tore open. A person who has been shackled since young will not want to break free. However, once they break free once, they won't want to be shackled again. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. You're quite lucky. If the White Willow hadn't been stolen, you would have been an obedient ancestor of the Qi family and protected the White Willow. You might not have been able to break through to the primordial realm even before you died. Now, not only have you broken through to the primordial realm, but you've also opened up the structure. You're no longer beneath Xianxia. Your horizons have surpassed most people. Not bad at all. Lord Qi let out a breath. Third boss, you're willing to let me go? The Qi family will definitely repay you handsomely. Lu Yin suddenly struck out. His palm descended and covered Lord Qi's sky. It's a pity that the Qi family won't have such horizons. How can a family betray Xianxia? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lord Qi's eyes widened. She felt the threat of death and her body flushed red. Third boss, you forced me. Every cultivator in the spiritualized universe would go through a spiritual molting. Spiritual molting was an inevitable process, but it was also a process that separated geniuses from mediocre people. Mediocre people couldn't spiritualize weapons. Only geniuses could. Lord Qi was obviously a genius. She could even be considered the strongest of an era. She naturally had spiritualization, but she couldn't use it in normal battles. She would only use it when she was putting her life on the line. This was her greatest secret. Even the Qi family didn't know about it. The Qi family only knew that she hid her spiritualization talent, but they didn't know what kind of talent it was. Lord Qi's spiritualization talent was very simple. She used her life to exchange for battle prowess. She burned her life. The more life she burned, the stronger her battle prowess would be. The reason why she could escape from the intent realm back then was not only because she had broken through to the spirit prime realm. How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the spirit prime realm fight her way out of the grand intent realm? It wasn't because of the Qi family either. It was because the Qi family had already decided to give up on her. Even though the Qi family had secretly helped her when she broke through to the spirit prime realm, they hadn't given her a way out. They had only allowed her to see a way out. She had truly escaped the intent realm because of her spiritualization talent. Chapter 3465. Breaking through from the sequence law realm to the spirit prime realm would cause one's life to undergo a metamorphosis. Breathing in the breath of the universe's beginning, one's life would be greatly extended if the laws did not get close to them. However, in order to unleash her intent realm, she had burned her life force. As a result, her lifespan would be much less than other spirit primes. This was her greatest secret that could not be revealed to anyone. Otherwise, the Qi family would not value her so much, to the point that she could become Xianxia's future. At this moment, Qi Shangjuan was burning her life force again. This time her lifespan would be even less than the sequence law realms, but there was no other way. This was the only way to survive. With the burning of her life force, Qi Shangjuan's entire body turned red. Dark red ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. The air became scorching hot, and many parts of Ring Sun City evaporated. Inside Ring Sun City, everyone was fleeing. Qi Shangjuan was like another Ring Sun, one that posed a threat to many powerhouses. Back in the restaurant, Old Tao and the rest left as well. Circling Sun City should have been destroyed. The city had originally been made of water, but Lu Yin had drawn encircling Sun City, which had caused part of the city to evaporate. Now Lord Qi's actions were a disaster for the city. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Qi Shangjuan in shock. At this moment, Qi Shangjuan had actually brought her danger. She believed herself to be the strongest under Xianxia. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, her strength was definitely not fake. However, Qi Shangjuan had surpassed her and displayed a terrifying strength at this moment. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to act. Qi Shangjuan's strength continued to rise as she stared at Lu Yin. She was hesitating. Should she flee or kill this person? Burning her life force had greatly increased her strength, giving her confidence. However, Lu Yin's calm expression made her unsure. Was this person faking it, or was he really so calm that it made her afraid? Could she really kill this person if she acted? Qi Shangjuan was not confident. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at her pitifully. This is your final struggle? Unfortunately, you still can't escape. Qi Shangjuan took a step forward and headed in another direction. She no longer hesitated. Even if she could kill this third boss, she would not act. This person was unfathomable and could not be defeated. She only wanted to live and make up for her lost life. She wanted to wait for the moment when the Tianyuan universe was reactivated. She had the right to wait for that moment. Boom. A loud sound rang out. No one else could hear it except for Lord Qi. Her head exploded violently and her vision blurred. her body swayed and her escape slowed down. Her body was getting closer and closer to the ground, and the last thing she saw was Lu Yin walking towards her step by step. This is consciousness. Qi Shangjuan had completely fainted. She had been knocked out by Lu Yin's consciousness. Qi Shangjuan's consciousness was not at the level of the primordial realm. He had only reached that level by working with the 3 other spiritual ancestors. Even though Lu Yin had absorbed some of the consciousnesses of Ruin, Monochrome and Godless, the remaining consciousnesses were enough for him to reach the level of the primordial realm. Qi Shangjuan was unable to block the consciousness of a primordial realm expert at all. Even if she burned her life force to obtain great strength, her consciousness would not increase. She directly fainted. Circling Sun City had been completely destroyed and everyone had fled. Only the water beneath Lu Yin's feet remained. No one knew how Lu Yin had defeated Lord Qi, but Lord Qi had clearly displayed his terrifying strength. The pressure from that strength had made it difficult for everyone to breathe, and even Zhou Xian was terrified. But in front of Lu Yin he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just how strong was this third master? Only Sang Tiankai could make a move. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But why hadn't Sang Tiankai made a move yet? Was even Sang Tiankai not confident? Lu Yin tossed Lord Qi into the general appointment platform hell to increase his karma. A primordial realm expert would experience a lot of karma in their life, and Lu Yin did not know how much his karma had increased. Sage Dayu Qiguan Lord Qi and more would be tossed in. Lu Yin walked out of Circling Sun City. The last drop of water evaporated. The 9 regions Circling Sun still existed, but Circling Sun City was gone. Anyone who wanted to come would have to build a new one. The 100-water pagoda could not be restored. Lu Yin had purposely destroyed it and evaporated Circling Sun City. The stars were silent and Circling Sun was still there. However, no one participated in the 9 regions Circling Sunday. Su Wang and Li Shou raised their poles and nodded at Lu Yin, their white teeth reflecting light. Lu Yin sat on the pole. Old Tao. Old Tao hurriedly answered, "Boss, are you here?" "I'm here." "Where's the intent?" "Intent? It's in the opposite direction from here. It's about 8 regions away. It's a bit far." "Go to the intent without stopping," Lu Yin said directly. Old Tao asked carefully, "Boss, are you going to cause trouble for the Qi family?" Lu Yin said coldly, "The Qi family is causing trouble for me. Qi Guan was rude and was suppressed by me. Lord Qi ambushed me. I have reason to suspect that the person who ambushed me with a finger and a claw is also from the Qi family. Go to the intent and destroy the Qi family." Old Tao was shocked. Destroying the Qi family was really like piercing through the heavens. No matter how much trouble the Dayu Mountain Villa had caused, even if they killed the experts of the 10,000 Beasts border, it could not be considered as directly facing a colossus. However, it was different now. The Qi family represented the intent, which was definitely a colossus in the spiritualized universe. It was as famous as the 10,000 Beasts border, the Gate of Arts and Royal God Mountain. There were as many experts there as there were clouds, and they were especially skilled in consciousness. They had created spirit treasure arrays and became a banner for the expedition to the universe of consciousness. If he really destroyed the Qi family, what would happen to the Dayu Mountain Villa? He did not dare to say anything about the others, but those who were fanatical about the expedition to the universe of consciousness would definitely cause trouble. There were also the cultivators who returned from the universe of consciousness. Those captains had all cultivated in the intent before, and it was hard to say how many enemies they would attract. Old Tao wanted to persuade him. Lu Yin glanced at him. "What, you don't dare?" Old Tao was shocked and hurriedly said, "We'll do whatever the head says. Go to the intent and destroy the Qi family." Palace Mistress Yao finally glanced at Lu Yin. This person was too ruthless to destroy the Qi family. What was the difference between destroying the Qi family and destroying Sang Tian? Those who had been keeping an eye on Lu Yin's group were stunned. Annihilate the Qi family? Something big was about to happen. Zhou Xian was full of admiration. The dark spirit list was not tolerated by the spiritualized universe, and there was no difference between the Dayu Mountain Villa and the dark spirit list. This third manager had dominated the universe and had threatened to carve the words "beyond heaven." Now he wanted to destroy the Qi family. Ziyi had returned with the old woman. She was shocked when she heard that Lu Yin wanted to destroy the Qi family. The little fatty from the Heavens Craftsman realm sighed in admiration. The man who had been the first to take the 9 steps and had wanted to challenge Lu Yin on the 6th step was convinced. He had awakened when Ring Sun City had melted and had been watching until now. He recalled that he had wanted to challenge the 3rd manager, and it was fortunate that he had not died. Even further away, Ming Chuan from the Jikong realm was twitching. Was he going to destroy the Qi family? With the Dayu Mountain Villa's strength, it might be possible, but it would not be easy. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Qi family was supported by Yu Sang Tian and had grasped a domain. Everything else aside, one would first need to be able to resist the terrifying consciousness of a domain. This person came from the Tianyuan universe, and even if his consciousness was strong enough to resist a spiritual prime's consciousness, he would not be able to resist the consciousness of an entire domain. Aside from the Beyond Heaven, there were 7 other major entities in the spiritualized universe. Each of them had their own foundations, and they were all existences that even Yu Sang Tian cared about. The domain was one of them. If the 3rd manager could really destroy the Qi family, then the situation in the spiritualized universe would change. However, nothing could happen to the domain. The 9 Zones Ring Sun had made Lu Yin famous, but only as the 3rd manager. The 9 Zones Ring Sun had been seen in all 36 zones. The elimination of taboos and the assassination had refreshed the understanding of countless people in the spiritualized universe. Now, the Dayu Mountain Villa's 3rd manager had declared that he wanted to destroy the Qi family, which was even more shocking. Countless people headed towards the domain. Some were here to watch the show while others were furious. How presumptuous. The domain nurtures consciousness cultivators, and they are all captains of consciousness universes. Their contributions to the spiritualized universe are enormous, yet this person dares to declare that he wants to destroy the Qi family? This is not just a provocation to the Beyond Heaven, but also to the entire spiritualized universe. This is a provocation to the kindness that we owe to our cultivators. How can we tolerate such a daring and ungrateful person? Rumor has it that the 3rd manager is a life form from the consciousness universe. He's helping the consciousness universe deal with our spiritualized universe. The consciousness universe should be destroyed. Many consciousness universes that surrendered were captured by the domain. The 3rd manager's goal might be them as well. How detestable. Return to the domain and kill the 3rd manager. Return to the domain. Return to the domain. Many consciousness cultivators headed towards the domain. They wanted to live and die with the Qi family. Within the domain, the Qi family's patriarch Qi Gong looked towards the 9 Zones Ring Sun with a gloomy expression. On the 9 Zones Ring Sun, he saw the assassination attempt. The 2 people who attacked with the projection array were not from the Qi family. He did not know who they were. Qi Shangjuan wanted to attack and he knew that it was his order. The Qi family could not lose face. Since the 3rd manager dared to attack Qiguan, he had to pay the price. Qi Shangjuan and the 2 people worked together coincidentally, but they still failed. Qi Gong did not know who was behind the 2 people. He only knew that the Qi family was in trouble this time. The 3rd manager's strength was shocking. He must be at the level of Sang Tian and he was heading towards the domain. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the Qi family. Many people from the Qi family wanted to see him. Qi Gong knew that they were panicking, so he let them in. Father, 12 captains have returned to protect the Qi family. Uncle, will the 3rd manager really come? Patriarch, let's work with the Crusader Alliance. The 3rd boss is fine even after facing the encirclement of 3 spirit primes, and she's even captured the venerable ancestor. She defeated Palace Master Yao before as well. She's the strongest below Sang Tian. If it weren't for Sang Tian, we might not be able to stop her. The domain will not be defeated. We are still waiting to destroy the consciousness universe and restart it. This is the future of the domain. How can it be defeated by the Grand Yu Villa? Enough. Qi Gong barked. Everyone quieted down and looked at him with uncertain expressions. Lu Yin's battle achievements had truly frightened them. The outside world now only knew that Lu Yin was at the level of Sang Tian, and this was only Lu Yin. The Grand Yu Villa also had Sang Tian Zhong Yuanqi, who is also known as Zhong Yuanqi. They had always been successful in the spiritualized universe because of their domain, and few people dared to provoke them. Now that they were in danger, they naturally panicked. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3466. Qi Gong's gaze swept across the faces as he slowly said, "A mere Du manor can't destroy my Qi family. Don't forget we have Lord Xianxia behind us." Everyone's expression softened when they heard Xianxia's name. "It's time for you to know something." Qi Gong raised his head and looked in the direction of the Nine Regions Sunday. He said in a low voice, "Patriarch Qizun is still alive." Everyone was stunned. Patriarch Qizun? That Patriarch Qizun who dominated the consciousness universe? How is that possible? Didn't he die a long time ago? He's an expert from the same era as Xianxia. Everyone was excited. Qi Gong sneered. If it wasn't for the intent realm, Patriarch Qizun would have been Xianxia. Even Zhong Yuanqi might not be Patriarch Qizun's match. Alright, let's disperse. Let the third head come and bring back Patriarch Qiguan and Patriarch Qishangjuan. Yes. Also, don't spread this news. It's time for the outside world to know how powerful my Qi family is, Qi Gong said. The first thing that came to everyone's mind was the Slayer Alliance. The Slayer Alliance had relied on the genius Xianxia to fight against the Qi family. No one in the Qi family could fight against Xianxia in terms of consciousness cultivation. Even Patriarch Qishangjuan, who had broken through to the Spirit Prime realm, could not reach the celestial level. In the entire intent realm, only Xianxia had reached the celestial level. Now that they knew Patriarch Qizun was still alive, it was different. Xianxia could not compare to Patriarch Qizun. Not only the third head but the Slayer Alliance was also finished. Qi Gong's eyes flashed as he watched everyone leave. On the other side, the Slayer Alliance was celebrating. The Qi family was the mountain that suppressed the Slayer Alliance. Now that someone wanted to move this mountain, as long as it could be moved, the Slayer Alliance would be supreme in the intent realm. The Slayer Alliance was made up of lone cultivators. They wanted the Qi family to be destroyed. Many of them had been bullied by the Qi family before. However, the news that Patriarch Qi was still alive spread. The Qi family was so big, it was impossible for the news not to spread. The Slayer Alliance fell silent when they heard Patriarch Qizun's name. If the intent realm was created by Xianxia, then it was created by Patriarch Qi. Qizun had created the concept, and he was the strongest cultivator of the spiritualized universe's consciousness. No one could compare to him. Xianxia was powerful, but in terms of consciousness he couldn't compare to revered Qi. It was precisely because of his powerful consciousness that he was able to create a concept. He had once slaughtered his way in and out of the consciousness universe, and the consciousness universe could do nothing to him. Originally, this person should have died a long time ago. If he was still alive, who could contend against the Qi clan? The news quickly spread from the intent domain to the heavens before finally reaching Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was surprised. Reverend Qi. Old Tao was shocked. Senior Qi is still alive? How is that possible? Is this Reverend Qi very powerful? These two words caused Old Tao and Palace Master Yao's expressions to change. Also, those who were watching him in the open and in the dark were also discussing this word. Old Tao bowed to Lu Yin. Master, are we really going to kill our way to the Qi family? If revered Qi is really alive, then this trip will be very dangerous. Supreme Qi is the first person to spiritualize the universe's consciousness, the first person since ancient times. No one can compare to him, including Xianxia, who founded the alliance. The alliance relied on Xianxia's talent to fight against the Qi family, but even Xianxia can't compare to Reverend Qi. Reverend Qi's most famous battle record is that he fought against the 13 celestial phenomenon of the consciousness universe and successfully captured one, bringing it to spiritualize the universe. Lu Yin was shocked. He captured one of the 13 celestial phenomenon of the consciousness universe. Old Tao nodded. This is already a legend recorded in history. Even Xianxia didn't have such a battle record. The 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe were 13 cosmic realm powerhouses. Cosmic realm corresponded to the bitter adversity realm. In other words, this Reverend Qi captured a cosmic realm life form at the bitter adversity realm. This battle record shocked Lu Yin and he couldn't believe it. Is this true? Could it be the Qi family is exaggerating? Lu Yin didn't believe it. With his current strength, it was impossible to capture a cosmic realm life form. Xianxia was powerful and could kill all 13 celestial phenomena, but it was impossible to capture one. Old Tao said, I don't know, but that's what history says. It's true. Palace Mistress Yao said. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, she said lightly, Xianxia once mentioned that Reverend Qi did capture a cosmic realm life form, but he didn't mention the details. Lu Yin looked away and tapped the rod lightly. This was troublesome. If it was true, it meant that Reverend Qi definitely had a cosmic realm consciousness. He might not be able to resist such a consciousness. Old Tao hurriedly said, Reverend Qi was from the same era as Xianxia, but because he had to create his domain, Reverend Qi didn't become Xianxia. Otherwise, Reverend Qi would have been Xianxia. He's definitely an expert at Xianxia's level. Lu Yin frowned. Why was he said to be dead? It was rumored that he hadn't appeared for too long. After Xianxia went to the Tianyuan universe, Reverend Qi disappeared not long after he created his domain. After countless years, the Qi family was probed in all sorts of ways. Finally, they received news of Reverend Qi's death. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Reverend Qi is still alive. Could it be that the Qi family purposely released him to scare people? Old Tao couldn't come to a conclusion. He didn't want to go to the domain at all. Even if Reverend Qi was dead, the domain still had the Qi family's experts and spirit treasure arrays. If they weren't careful, the third master might be able to survive, but they might not. Over the years, whenever there was a vacancy for Xianxia's position, there would always be people vying for it in the domain. This included the myriad beasts border and the Gate of Arts. The spiritualized universe had unified cultivation for far too long. Although such a solidified method couldn't bring about creation, it could quickly nurture powerhouses. No one knew how many hidden trump cards the various powers had. When they invaded the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia had given the order, and the various powers had only sent a small number of people. As for the three Xianxians, they had all wanted to go on their own. They wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe and obtain eternal life. The spiritualized universe had the upper extreme and the lower extreme, the immortal beyond heaven and the 10 foundations. However, the 7 powers couldn't be underestimated either. They had all been passed down since ancient times. Right, you said that Reverend Qi captured a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Where is it? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He wanted to go to the intent realm not only because of Lord Qi's attack, but also because he knew that the intent realm had taken in a group of surrendered life forms from the universe of consciousness. He could absorb their consciousness. The intent realm was too suitable for him. Old Tao said hesitantly, it should be in the intent realm. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you sure? Old Tao smiled awkwardly. I can't be sure, but normally speaking, some of the lives that surrendered from the universe of consciousness would be taken away, while some would stay in the intent realm to prepare for the cultivation of consciousness. It's in the conception. Palace Master Yao said. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. One was Reverend Qi and the other was a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Both of them were at the level of bitter adversity. How was he supposed to fight them? Not to mention, speaking of the intent realm, there were still many consciousness beings who had surrendered, as well as Zhou Xian and the experts of the Qi family. He obviously couldn't handle it alone. But it was impossible not to go. Was this the foundation of one of the 7 great powers in the spiritualized universe? Old Tao stole a glance at Lu Yin. He should have retreated in the face of difficulties. How could one of the 7 great powers in the spiritualized universe be easy to deal with? Unless he pulled the entire Dayu villa over, it would be the same as the battle at the border. The Grand Entirety Domain was also one of the 7 great powers. Xianxia had pulled in many experts and even joined forces with the powerhouses at the border, but they still couldn't stop the Dayu villa. But if it was just the third master alone, the intent realm wouldn't be a problem. Continue. Lu Yin couldn't retreat. No matter what, he had no problem protecting himself, even if he couldn't destroy the Qi family. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. Each time he would gain something. Every time he absorbed a little bit of consciousness, his strength would skyrocket. No matter how powerful Reverend Qi was, he couldn't suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin still had this bit of confidence. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Xianxia and Master Grass could suppress him. He wasn't afraid of anyone else. Right, there was still the hidden soul true God. There was no news about him at all. Along the way, he had asked around for Mingsong's whereabouts, but no one knew anything about her. He continued to slide his pole towards the intent realm. Lu Yin was determined to cause trouble for the Qi family. In the Intent realm, the Qi family's patriarch Qi Gong had an ugly expression when he heard the news. Was Sovereign Qi still alive? That was a lie. He didn't know if Sovereign Qi was still alive, but he had purposely said that to scare the third master so that he wouldn't dare to come to the Intent realm. But he hadn't expected that this person wouldn't even care about Sovereign Qi and still head towards the Intent realm. Those who believed that Sovereign Qi was still alive were no longer afraid. In their hearts, if Sovereign Qi attacked, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Lu Yin would be courting death if he came to the Intent realm. Outsiders hoped that Lu Yin would go to the Intent realm to test the Dayu Villa's strength and the Qi family's strength. If Sovereign Qi was still alive, then they would have to re-examine these great powers and see if there were still any ancient monsters. Lu Yin sat on the pole and said leisurely, "I'm talking about the toad." The star toad rolled its eyes and looked back at Lu Yin. "If Sovereign Qi is still alive, then I'll leave him to you," Lu Yin said. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the others were shocked. Would this toad deal with Sovereign Qi? There were many powerhouses in the Dayu Villa, and this toad had dealt with the powerhouse from the Myriad Beasts border. It was definitely a top expert, but could it deal with Sovereign Qi? The star toad refused. He's an ancient powerhouse who's good at consciousness. I can't beat him. Lu Yin smiled. We're friends. Shouldn't you help a friend when he's in trouble? The star toad wasn't afraid of Lu Yin's anger, but it was afraid of his laughter. The more he laughed, the more he felt like he had been tricked. Master Lu. Call me Third Master. Yes, Third Master. I really can't beat that Sovereign Qi. If you're not confident, why don't you call Yuanqi or find someone else? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Find someone else? Who else could he find? Although Wujiang was unfathomable, only the progenitor and the star toad had truly crossed the bitter realm. Yuanqi had lost a bell and was half crippled. The others like Chu Yi and Mu Zhu were only in the primordial realm. They could deal with weaker opponents like the star toad but not Sovereign Qi. They still lacked top experts. Why was she here again? Chapter 3467. In front, Wutong bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, Third Master. I'm Wutong. Lu Yin looked over. Why are you here again? You still don't want to give up on Sage Dayu? Wutong smiled. I'm not here for Sage Dayu. Even Lord Qi has been captured by you. The past is meaningless. Lu Yin smiled. That's true. Wutong bowed to Lu Yin again. I'm here with the goodwill of the Alliance, but there are some things that I have to say. Speak. The Intent realm represents the spiritualized universe's determination and strategy to conquer the consciousness universe. It has nurtured many consciousness cultivators to become the leaders of the various teams that attack the consciousness universe. If you really want to destroy the Qi family, the consciousness universe will benefit the most, regardless of what will happen to the spiritualized universe. There are many beings from the consciousness universe in the Dayu Villa. Since you can safely stay in the spiritualized universe, it means that you have been recognized by Xianxia. Even if the origin provoked Xianxia and rebelled against the spiritualized universe, your identity is not a problem. You have betrayed the consciousness universe. Under such circumstances, if the consciousness universe recovers, the Dayu Villa will not only face pressure from the spiritualized universe, but also from the consciousness universe. Third Master, please consider this carefully. Most people in the spiritualized universe thought that Lu Yin and the rest were beings from the consciousness universe. First, their aura did not belong to the spiritualized universe. Currently, only 3 universes were known. To the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe was waiting to be reactivated. Even if the origin came from the Tianyuan universe, no one would suspect that Lu Yin and the rest belonged to the Tianyuan universe. They were more like beings captured from the consciousness universe by the origin. This was their disdain for the Tianyuan universe that was engraved in their bones. This was especially proven when Lu Yin resisted Lord Qi's consciousness attack. The spiritualized universe's understanding of the Dayu Villa's origins was polarized. Xianxia and the rest knew that they came from the Tianyuan universe, while those who did not know the truth all guessed that they came from the consciousness universe. If Lu Yin and the rest had really betrayed the consciousness universe, Wutong's warning was right. The Dayu Villa's provocation of the realm beyond Avalon had nothing to do with their origins. It was the origins' choice, at least on the surface. However, if the consciousness universe recovers, the people who betrayed the consciousness universe will be the unlucky ones. Lu Yin looked at Wutong and asked, "Did you come here specifically to warn me?" With your wisdom, there's no need to remind me. Lu Yin looked at Wutong with a faint smile. What else do you want to say? They said it together. Wutong lowered her head and said, no one knows whether or not revered Qi is still alive. I came here because I have something to tell Third Master. Although we have people in the Qi family, we haven't heard any news that Qi Zun is still alive. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Did the Qi family spread the news on purpose? I don't know. Maybe some people from the Qi clan were exposed, but it has nothing to do with our Crusade alliance, Wutong said. Lu Yin was puzzled. First you reminded me of the importance of a mental state and now you're telling me this. What are you trying to say? Wutong is just telling the truth to show my goodwill. Wutong smiled. Lu Yin laughed. I understand. Wutong bowed deeply and then retreated. After Wutong left, Old Tao said, they're separating the Qi clan from the Yu clan because they're worried that the head of the clan will cause trouble for the Yu clan. Lu Yin nodded. That's a good thing. The Qi family is the Qi family and their artistic conception is their artistic conception. However, this woman doesn't know the origins of the Crusade alliance. The only value of her words is information about Qi Zun. It seems that the Qi family deliberately spread the news of Qi Zun being alive to scare me. Palace Mistress Yao said, it's also possible that the Qi family doesn't know whether Qi Zun is still alive or not, so they can only do this. Not long after, someone else arrived and asked to see Lu Yin. Without a mental state, it would be difficult for our spiritualized universe to conquer the consciousness universe. Third Manager, since you've already betrayed the consciousness universe, you naturally don't want it to exist. Now that you want to attack the mental state, could it be that you're using revenge as an excuse to help the consciousness universe? Impudent! Old Tao shouted. Lu Yin looked at the man in front of him. You're quite bold. The man was cold and arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of death? We've all returned from the consciousness universe alive. I advise you to think carefully. If you really attack the Qi family, you'll be attacking the entire spiritualized universe. Kill him. Old Tao attacked the man with a palm. The man was shocked. Before he could finish speaking, the palm landed and he was reduced to ashes. Old Tao shook his head. Did this man really think that he could be in the limelight? There was a price to be paid for being in the limelight. This person's death shocked many people, and those who had wanted to rush out stopped. Lu Yin looked around. You're not afraid of death. I admire you. Let me see how many people in this spiritualized universe are not afraid of death. The possibility of dying and the possibility of dying were two different concepts. One could gamble and one's name would spread throughout the universe. The other could not gamble as one would definitely lose and losing meant death. After this person was killed, those who supported the Qi family or those who had been instigated by the Qi family to stop Lu Yin's group from going to the mental state all calmed down. Nobody dared to stop Lu Yin as he passed through the various regions. Most people hoped that Lu Yin would face off against the Qi family and see how strong both sides were. The wise prince from the wisdom domain had arrived with Mr. Li. Mr. Li did not want to face the Third Manager at all, but he had no other choice. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Li with interest. What are you planning to give that guy to me? Mr. Li stared at Lu Yin fearfully and was ready to attack at any time. Mr. Li said, I'm here hoping that the Third Manager can control himself. I'm sure you want to control yourself, but in this spiritualized universe, my control is definitely better than yours. The next moment he was thrown out again. Mr. Li wanted to stop him, but he could not be careless with Lu Yin's attack. He had to ensure his own safety as he knew that Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him. As for Mr. Li, he would protect him if he could, but if he could not, there was nothing he could do. Mr. Li was thrown out for the second time, but he left calmly. Mr. Li turned back to look at Lu Yin. If Honorable Qi was still alive, what would happen if he fought with this person? Soon half a month had passed and Lu Yin was getting closer to the mental state. The mental state was facing a great enemy, and countless cultivators who had come from the mental state came spontaneously, wanting to join forces with the Qi family to deal with Lu Yin. The Qi family was chatting and laughing as if they did not care. Only Qi Gong stayed in the backyard alone, refusing to see anyone. The Qi family could not escape, but it was impossible to stop the Third Manager. The only possibility was that the Grand Ancestor Qi Zun had captured one of the 13 symbols of the consciousness universe, a consciousness life form at the starry sky level. He would wait for a while longer and he would not look for that life form until the last moment. He did not believe that the third manager was not afraid of the grand ancestor Qizun. In the boundless territory of the 100 Herbs domain, countless people from various forces were watching. Lu Yin's every move was being watched, and so was the boundless territory. One day an old man came to the 100 Herbs domain. His white beard was withered and forked and his eyes were cloudy. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. The old man looked into the distance with a complicated expression. He sighed, "The 100 Herbs domain, how nostalgic. I haven't been here for a long time and I didn't expect it to become like this. Sai, who would have thought that this would be my final destination? Forget it, this is fate." Then the old man took a step forward, and his figure distorted before gradually disappearing. It was not that he was fast enough to leave this place, but that he had really disappeared, merging with the mountains, rivers, and the void as he walked towards the boundless territory. Along the way the old man passed by many people, but he did not avoid them. Instead he walked right through them and they did not sense him at all. There were experts among them, but they also did not sense him. The old man continued to approach the boundless territory until he reached the bow of the ship, where he saw Zhou Xian hanging from a tree. He only glanced at him for a moment before continuing deeper into the boundless territory. They passed by the users of the black energy source, passed by the Heaven Yuan army, passed by the second anima, passed by the hidden Luoshan, passed by Su Wangtian, and passed by Heavenly Lord Victor. From start to finish they didn't notice anything at all. The old man entered the boundless territory as if there was nothing there, and he continued walking as if he was looking for something. A voice suddenly sounded out, "What are you looking for?" The old man stopped and slowly turned around. He saw someone. "Who are you?" It was the primogenitor. In the entire boundless territory, only the primogenitor had sensed the old man's presence. The others, including the primogenitor, had not sensed him. "Just an old man who has been eliminated by the times," the primogenitor said. The old man smiled. "What a coincidence. I was also eliminated by the times and no one remembers me now." "What are you doing in the boundless territory?" "Looking for someone." "Who?" "A little girl. You won't be able to find her. It's useless even if I find her. I can't take her away. I'm old and can't do anything." The primogenitor looked at the old man. "Your vitality has completely declined. Are you planning to be buried in the boundless territory?" The old man shook his head and looked in a certain direction. "I have no other choice. You can leave." The primogenitor turned and left. The old man looked at him. "You won't attack me?" "There's no need. Go where you want to go. It's not too late." The primogenitor's voice gradually faded as he continued his seclusion. The old man bowed to the primogenitor's back. "Thank you." After that he walked out of the boundless territory and stepped into the sky, heading in a certain direction. Home. That was the direction of his home. He wanted to be buried in his hometown. "I'm sorry. I couldn't find her, and even if I did I couldn't bring her back. The boundless territory can't be offended. You're on your own now." In the sky, Lu Yin received news that someone had entered the boundless territory. It was an old man who had one foot in the grave and was looking for a girl. Lu Yin frowned. Looking for a girl? It must be Zhang Yan. The only reason he was looking for Zhang Yan was for the key to the Gate of Arts. Who? The Gate of Arts? Zhang family? Or Xianxia? Not many people knew that the key was in Zhang Yan's hands, so these two were the most suspicious. But it was hard to say. If Yuanqi could guess that Zhang Yan had taken the key, then Sang Tian could also guess the same. Forget it, no matter who it was, the Zhang family had to take the blame. This matter was more serious because the one who had discovered that old man was the primogenitor. Or rather, only the primogenitor could discover that old man. How many old men in the spiritualized universe could be buried at any time? Lu Yin looked around. "People from the Gate of Arts, come here." Chapter 3468. The surroundings were silent, and those who were staring at Lu Yin looked at each other. They came from various large forces and they all tacitly stared at each other, but they did not talk to each other. No one would ask where someone was from. It was not like there was something wrong with their brains. "Brother, where are you from?" someone asked seriously. Killing intent flashed in the person's eyes. "Scram." The person who asked rolled his eyes. "Be magnanimous, just say it. We might be from the same hometown." "I told you to scram." The person who was asked was furious and he saw Lu Yin's gaze drift over. Was it because his words had attracted attention? This bastard, he did not want to die. The person who asked curled his lips. Petty. The person who was asked wanted to kill him, if not for the fact that the timing was not right. He would remember this person, so he waited. Come here. The person who was asked was startled and he turned around in a daze, meeting Lu Yin's gaze. He was afraid and he was about to cry. Not me, I don't want to talk, it's not me. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder and he almost fainted from fright. Brother, it's me. The person who had asked the question walked over to Lu Yin. The person who was asked was stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin looked at the youth who was jogging over. Are you from the sect of techniques? The youth smiled brightly. Yes, I am from the sect of techniques. Greetings, third leader. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Contact the sect of techniques and give me an explanation. The youth blinked. What explanation? Give me an explanation for Wu Zhang's matter. The youth did not ask any further, and he decisively contacted the sect of techniques. In the spiritualized universe, there was a method of communication similar to the Heaven's Origin universe's cloud connection stone. Because the entire spiritualized universe was connected, cloud connection stones could be used to communicate with each other, unlike the Heaven's Origin universe where wireless goo was used in many places. Here, third leader. The youth passed a communication tool similar to the cloud connection stone to Lu Yin, which was called a spirit cloud stone in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin took it. Who is it? Zhanming. Sangtian Zhanming. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others watched as Sangtian was contacted. What is your name? Call me third leader. Everyone was speechless. Lu Yin was the first person to speak to Sangtian in such a manner, but he had the right. Zhanming's expression didn't change. Third leader, why did you contact my sect of arts? Give me an explanation. What explanation? Boundless has been invaded by an old man who is about to die. Don't tell me you didn't instigate this. Zhanming frowned. It has nothing to do with me. I don't believe it. It really has nothing to do with me. I know very well that Zhan Yan shouldn't be in the boundless lands. You wouldn't leave her behind. I told you, but I don't believe you. Zhanming realized that he was unable to converse with this person. Wasn't this person too overbearing? They had always been the ones to say such rude words to others, but today someone actually dared to be rude and overbearing to him. Yu Sangtian could suppress them, but Yu Sangtian would never speak to them like that. Everyone followed the rules, followed etiquette, and had a good demeanor, unlike this person. Third master, what do you want? This matter has nothing to do with our school of arts. We can't give you an explanation, Zhanming said in a deep voice. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Lu Yin sneered. Either you convince me that this has nothing to do with you, or you give me an explanation. It's that simple. This was Zhanming's first thought. Wasn't this shameless? Back then, the 5 regions had sealed off the 100 Herb region and prevented people from joining the Dayu Mountain Villa. A few days later, the Battle of the 5 Regions are empty appeared. Everyone thought that Dayu Mountain Villa had already set up a trap in the spiritualized universe and grasped the information. Otherwise, how could they have found the 5 regions so accurately? In reality, it was the Door of Techniques that was helping the Dayu Villa investigate. There was no other way, as Zhan Yan and the key were in the Dayu Villa's hands, and Lu Yin had plenty of ways to force the Door of Techniques to do so. Now the situation was the same. Lu Yin had grabbed the Gate of Techniques by the throat, leaving Zhanming helpless. After a while, Zhanming said helplessly, "What kind of explanation does the third master want?" "Admit that it was you who did it," Lu Yin asked. Zhanming said, "It has nothing to do with us and we have no way of proving our innocence. Third master, just say what you want." "Is Reverend Qi dead or not?" Lu Yin asked. Zhanming said, "Do you really want to destroy the Qi family?" "I don't want anyone to disturb me while I'm destroying the Qi family," Lu Yin said. Zhanming immediately agreed. "Sure, the Door of Techniques guarantees this." Lu Yin casually tossed the spirit cloud stone to the youth from the Door of Techniques. The youth caught it and smiled at Lu Yin. "Third master, can I leave now?" Lu Yin looked at him. "You're so young, but you're so lethargic." The youth exclaimed, "Third master has good eyesight. I'm in charge of sweeping the tombs in the Door of Techniques." "Whose tombs are you sweeping?" "All the old guys." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Are there many old guys waiting to die in the door of techniques? The youth nodded. Many, but I don't know the exact number. I'm not qualified to know who's dead and who's alive. My job is to sweep the tombs. What's your name? I'm cautious. I'm not asking about your personality. That's my name. Lu Yin praised. Good name. Thank you, Third Master. I'll take my leave. Zhang Ming left. Lu Yin looked at the youth's back. The door of techniques had sent a tomb sweeper to keep an eye on him. What was the meaning of this? He couldn't figure it out. The intent domain was where the intent domain was located. It had always been a place that countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe yearned for. Every time the intent domain recruited people, all the major forces would try their best to squeeze people in because those who walked out of the intent domain were almost always captains in the consciousness universe. Although the number of people was small, the value was huge. Also, being able to learn consciousness cultivation methods in the intent domain was also a type of cultivation. Now was not the time for the intent domain to recruit people, but there were more people than when it was supposed to be. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to arrive. According to the time, it would be soon. In the intent domain, Qigong walked out of the backyard and headed in a certain direction. Master, the third master is about to arrive. Patriarch Qizun, please come out and deal with him, someone shouted. The others echoed, we welcome Patriarch Qizun. Welcome Patriarch Qizun. In the distance, a group of people from the Alliance was also waiting. Would Patriarch Qi really appear? That was really an antique. Qigong looked at the crowd. Who do you think Patriarch Qizun is? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qigong in confusion. Qigong's gaze was gloomy. Patriarch Qizun is the creator of the intent domain. He's above everything, second only to the Supreme Heaven Palace. Even Sang Tian can't be rude to him. A mere third master of the Dayu Manor wants Patriarch Qizun to come out? You think too highly of him. Everyone was confused. Patriarch Qizun wasn't invited? Someone's heart sank. It can't be. Was the news that Patriarch Qizun was still alive fake? Many people were talking about it during this period. They said that the Alliance had not found out that Patriarch Qizun was still alive and that the Qi family had deliberately leaked the news. Could it be true? The Qi family members' faces gradually turned pale. Qigong shouted, my Qi family controls the intent domain. There's no need to invite Patriarch Qizun. If anyone dares to invade the intent domain, he won't be able to return. Wait, it's time to fulfill your promise. The intent domain was turbulent. Everyone cultivated the power of consciousness. At this moment, their consciousnesses were trembling in fear. It was as if they had met their natural enemy, or as if they had touched another world. Qigong's face was also pale. His consciousness was on the verge of collapse. He was also at the sequence law level. Since Patriarch Qizun, the Qi family had almost all specialized in consciousness techniques. His consciousness was equivalent to the astral level of the consciousness universe. It was already very strong, comparable to Patriarch Qiguan and Patriarch Qi Shangjuan. However, under this sudden consciousness he could not even resist. There was more than one astral-level consciousness cultivator in the intent domain. They were all on the verge of collapse. The leader of the Alliance, Shilin, opened his eyes. He was the only astral-level consciousness in the intent domain. Patriarch Qi Shangjuan needed the help of the spirit treasure formation to raise his consciousness to the astral level. Shilin himself was at this level. However, even he found it difficult to shake this terrifying consciousness. One of the 13 symbols of the consciousness universe, the astral level consciousness. Wu Wei. This was the deepest foundation of the intent domain. Unless the intent domain was destroyed, it would not make a move. When Patriarch Qi Shangjuan had escaped from the intent domain, Wu Wei had not made a move. The Alliance and the Qi family had never thought of asking him to make a move. Now that Lu Yin was in danger, the Qi family had used their previous promise to ask Wu Wei to help. Very few people knew that Wu Wei was in the intent domain. Even Palace Master Yao and the others only guessed that it was in the intent domain. Only Shilin, Qigong and a few others knew. Wu Wei's consciousness was like a violent monster. It instantly occupied the starry sky and covered the entire intent domain. Outside the intent domain, Huali was slowly approaching. When Wu Wei's consciousness appeared, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Sup? Old Tao looked ahead in shock. Is that the power of consciousness? In front of everyone's eyes, The intent domain was covered by consciousness. Everyone saw different things. Wu Wei was a passive consciousness life form. According to everyone's impression of consciousness, it formed a completely different image. In Old Tao's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness, which included the intent domain, was a huge spider. He had once fought with a spider-shaped consciousness in the consciousness universe. His understanding of consciousness was that of a spider. In Palace Master Yao's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like an ice crystal that froze the entire intent domain. In Kai Keqing's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was a blade with only 3 blades. In Lu Yin's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like a dark cloud that covered the entire intent domain. "Boss, do you still want to go?" Old Tao was shocked. Wu Wei's consciousness was too terrifying and majestic. It reminded him of the peak powerhouse he had accidentally encountered in the consciousness universe, one of the 13 symbols. At that moment he had truly seen what a cosmic realm consciousness was like. It was not something a human could resist. That encounter alone had wiped out dozens of teams. A cosmic realm consciousness was a disaster. They were neither human nor beast. They were a disaster. Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing were equally shocked and unwilling to go. The pressure and shock brought by Wu Wei made them instinctively want to retreat. Those who had been watching Lu Yin both openly and covertly were also shocked by this Wu Wei. This was the foundation of the intent domain. Even if the news of Sovereign Qi being alive was false, the intent domain could not be trampled. Scram! A harsh shout shook the starry sky and blasted towards Lu Yin's group. Chapter 3469. In the intent realm, Qi Gong's expression changed. "Wu Wei, you." Shilin narrowed his eyes and looked up. Wu Wei had done it on purpose. His presence was enough to deter the enemy, but once he said that, the enemy would attack even if they wanted to retreat. Otherwise, how could they survive? Wu Wei had been captured by Qi Zun, so he had a deep grudge against the Qi family. He was doing this on purpose. Just as they had expected, the moment Wu Wei cursed, Lu Yin's face sank completely. He slowly stood up and looked at the intent realm. A cosmic realm consciousness was indeed powerful, but if he could absorb this consciousness, he would be able to fight Yusang Tian with just his own. "Don't be rash," Old Tao tried to persuade him. Lu Yin ignored him and kicked the star toad toward the intent realm. "Let me test it." The star toad was stunned. It hadn't expected Lu Yin to do such a thing. This was a real beast. It wanted to turn back halfway, but Lu Yin stared at it with a cold, murderous intent. The star toad gritted its teeth and swallowed its anger. Humans said that the star toad was a beast, but Lu Yin was the real beast. The star toad's body expanded, and its golden skin turned into a multicolored color. It held a pitchfork and a skull around its neck as it charged toward the intent realm. It would test it if it wanted to. No one had expected the toad to be the first to attack. The star toad's aura also caused the stars to shake. This was the aura of a bitter adversary. Although the star toad was at the bottom of this level, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Countless people watched as the giant star toad charged into the intent realm and stabbed out with its pitchfork. "Go!" Wu Wei's consciousness surged like a storm. In the star toad's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like a dark cloud. Like Lu Yin, the strongest consciousness he had ever seen was Su Jin. The pitchfork stabbed into the dark cloud and stirred up the void. The star toad felt dizzy like a small boat in a storm. It could faint at any moment. It gritted its teeth and kept stabbing with its pitchfork. "Go, go, 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 go." Every thrust of the pitchfork pierced through the consciousness realm and struck the intent realm. The intent realm cracked, and those who were cultivating there quickly fled. Some were directly sucked in by the force and turned to dust. The Qi family and the Killing League immediately took action, wanting to block the force of the steel fork. However, the strength of the star toad was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. "Go, go, go, go!" Countless forces bombarded the intent realm. Qi Gong shouted, "Stone Forest, you are responsible for the destruction of your artistic conception." Shilin walked out of the alliance and his eyes widened. His consciousness whizzed out and swept across the land, forming a barrier on the ground. "It belongs to the Crusader League. Protector intent. Qi family's intent of protection." All the cultivators in the intent realm released their consciousness and blocked the force of the steel fork. The star toad didn't purposely destroy the intent field. It only wanted to test Wu Wei's consciousness. Wu Wei was also attacking the star toad. As for the protection intent field, it had nothing to do with it. Although the star toad was at the bottom of the crossing bitter calamity level, it was still a crossing bitter calamity. Creatures that stepped into bitter calamity were all madmen, but they had an unusually firm belief in bitter calamity, so it was not easy for their consciousness to be shaken. Even Wu Wei, one of the 13 symbols. Qigong raised his head. He knew very well that Wu Wei's hatred towards the Qi family had led to the destruction of his intent realm. Wu Wei, you will never be able to return to the universe of consciousness. Never. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan peak in the star toad's eye. The consciousness that enveloped the intent realm boiled. A majestic consciousness suddenly condensed, like a colossal creature emerging from the dark clouds, forming an object that resembled a millstone. Great skinning heavenly disk. A deep voice resounded in his ears. The starry skies were engulfed and the concept was everywhere. Those who were planning on watching the show were all horrified, and blood flowed from their 7 apertures. The shock of consciousness directly turned some people into idiots. The remaining people hurriedly retreated. Some things couldn't be watched. If they did, they would have to pay the price. Above the consciousness of Lin and the others, everyone saw a huge millstone that was about to crush the sky. They weren't unfamiliar with this. Those who cultivated in the intent realm had to endure the crushing of this millstone every day, constantly tempering their consciousness. The crushing of this millstone made their consciousness tenacious, but it also made them wish they were dead. It was as if their entire body was being crushed. This was also the reason why a small number of people could cultivate in the intent realm. Those with weak willpower wouldn't be able to endure it. Every year, nearly half of the cultivators in the intent realm would be crushed into idiots. The millstone they encountered was very small, at most a few dozen square meters. The millstone above their heads was the biggest one they had ever seen. It was so big that it was boundless, as if it was going to crush the sky. When all the cultivators in the intent realm saw the millstone, they felt fear and coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Their instinctive fear of the millstone left a psychological shadow. This was Wu Wei's consciousness battle technique, the great skinning heavenly disk. All living things had consciousness. Otherwise they wouldn't be called living things. Even if plants cultivated and had consciousness, as long as they had consciousness, they would be crushed by the great skinning heavenly disk. They couldn't escape. The great skinning heavenly disk had once created many disasters in the universe of consciousness, making spiritualized universe cultivators wish they were dead. Even Lin was afraid of the great skinning heavenly disk, as he couldn't guarantee that he could face it alone. The moment the great skinning heavenly disk appeared, the star toad spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt dizzy, as if it could see its great-grandmother squatting by the lake and waving at it. That lake was very beautiful, with different kinds of flowers blooming and rainbow-colored grass. Great-grandmother, the hand descended, grabbed the star toad and tossed it away. Lu Yin had arrived and the star toad couldn't withstand it. The millstone's suppression of consciousness was extremely terrifying. This was the strength of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators of the consciousness universe. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how Qi Zun had defeated this creature. How could humans cultivate their own consciousness to such a level? It's the Dayu Villa's third master. He's made a move. Someone exclaimed. A group of cultivators stared at Lu Yin. This person had actually dared to make a move. Grind him to death, grind him to death. How dare he provoke a intent realm cultivator? Qi Gong's heart sank. This person had actually dared to make a move against the great skinning heavenly disk. Where did he get his confidence from? Lin frowned. How could this be? This person actually dared to make a move? He knew that this person wasn't from the consciousness universe, but rather the Tianyuan universe. More and more people from the spiritualized universe knew about this truth, but they didn't spread it out. How could a cultivator from the Tianyuan universe have such a powerful consciousness? How did he do it? Lu Yin stood under the great skinning heavenly disk, and his entire body felt like it was being crushed by the millstone. His consciousness in particular was constantly being pulled by the millstone, squeezed and crushed. So that's how it is. He looked up. Regardless of whether he used his consciousness to attack or not, it would still be pulled out. Once his consciousness was crushed, he would become an idiot as well. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to resist such a terrifying millstone, not even the star toad. Could Qi Zun defeat this creature? This millstone reminded him of Xianxia. Lu Yin took a deep breath and endured the crushing pressure of the great skinning heavenly disk. He raised a hand and waved it. Setting Sunday, setting Sunday, setting sun, total afterglow. Whether it was one's spiritual force, physical body, battle technique, or will, everything would be burned by setting Sunday. Burn your martial power. The great skinning heavenly disk trembled and cracks could be seen with the naked eye. Countless people were stunned, especially the cultivators who were in the intent realm. They couldn't believe that the great skinning heavenly disk had actually cracked. This was a battle technique that had broken through the great skinning heavenly disk. Shilin's pupils shrank. This person actually knew a battle technique. Qi Gong's expression changed. This person had actually resisted Wu Wei's consciousness and even knew a battle technique that could break through Wu Wei's great skinning heavenly disk. How was this possible? How strong was this person? An intent realm battle technique? Wu Wei's low voice sounded out. Violent consciousnesses swept out from around Lu Yin, crazily crashing into him. His consciousness planet was trembling, and his consciousness was constantly being pulled. His vision was also blurry. His consciousness couldn't catch up to Wu Wei's, and it was already quite impressive that he could resist it. Astral level consciousness. You're very strong. Wu Wei's voice spread through the sky, shocking countless people. Astral level consciousness. That third elder actually had astral level consciousness? No wonder he could withstand the great skinning heavenly disk. Shilin's expression changed. Astral level consciousness was the same as his. This person came from the Tianyuan universe. How did he cultivate? Reaching astral level consciousness at such a young age. Lu Yin waved his hand again and setting sun continued to burn. The cracks on the great skinning heavenly disk grew larger and larger. Wu Wei said in a low voice, I can't do anything to him. I've already fulfilled my promise to Qi Zun, so I won't attack from now on. Wu Wei suddenly retracted his consciousness and disappeared into the intent realm. There was nothing above the intent realm. Light sprinkled down and only one figure stood in the sky, overlooking the intent realm. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and wiped his ears. There was blood. Was he bleeding from his 7 orifices? This Wu Wei was constantly attacking him with his consciousness, and even he found it difficult to withstand. Although it couldn't do anything to him for now, it would be difficult for him to defeat it unless he used all his strength. However, Wu Wei hadn't used his full strength either. As expected of a consciousness life form. Below him, a group of intent realm cultivators looked up at him. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd, and he saw many consciousness cultivating experts. There were nearly 10 people here who had reached the progenitor realm, which was quite impressive. There were also majestic consciousnesses hidden below the intent realm. If he wasn't wrong, they should belong to consciousnesses that had surrendered. These consciousnesses tempted Lu Yin. Under the light, a shadow loomed over the Qi family. Qi Gong's face was pale. Wu Wei, even if you didn't fulfill your promise, you're still a guardian of the intent realm. How can you not attack when enemies attack? Lord Xianxia won't let you off. You can't return to the consciousness realm anymore. You can only protect the intent realm. Wu Wei, Wu Wei. No matter how he shouted, Wu Wei didn't respond. Shilin said coldly, this person wants to destroy the Qi family, not the intent realm. Qi Gong, you're on your own now. With that, he led the league away from the Qi family. The Qi family looked at Qi Gong expectantly, waiting for Qi Zun to appear. Only Qi Zun could deal with the third master now. Father, please ask Patriarch Qi Zun to appear. Patriarch Qi Zun should appear. Welcome, Patriarch Qi Zun. Welcome, Patriarch Qi Zun. Welcome. Chapter 3470. One by one the Qi clan members kowtowed. The more they did this, the more it meant that they didn't believe that Qi Zun would appear. It meant that they knew some of the truth. However, they were unwilling to accept this truth. They hoped that revered Qi would appear and give them hope. Qi Gong looked at the kneeling Qi family members and felt weak all over. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze fell on him, but he didn't say a word as he continued to watch. Qi Gong clenched his fists. Third Master, there is no unresolvable grudge between you and the Qi clan. Lu Yin sneered. Qi Guan was disrespectful to me and Lord Qi even ambushed me, almost causing my death. How can this grudge be resolved? Qi Gong gritted his teeth. Qi Guan is at your disposal. Lord Qi has already betrayed the artistic conception and no longer belongs to the Qi family. Her actions have nothing to do with the Qi family. Lu Yin laughed heartily. What a good plan. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. I said that I will destroy the Qi family, so I must destroy the Qi family. Even if Xianxia comes, it will be useless. You want to use honored Qi to scare me? You're underestimating my Daoist manner. After saying that, he raised his hand and pressed down on the Qi family. The Qi clan occupied a large area in the intent realm. The pavilions, terraces and pavilions were magnificent. But now Lu Yin's palm had completely blocked out the sunlight, bringing about the end of the Qi family. Qigong was furious. Third Master, does your Daoist manner really want to fight to the death with my Qi clan? You're not worthy. Lu Yin's voice was emotionless as he slammed his palm down. Qigong's consciousness attacked from below towards Lu Yin's palm. At the same time he shouted, Qi family attack. In the next moment the cultivators who belonged to the Qi family continued to assemble the spirit treasure array. Their consciousnesses rushed out from all directions and blasted towards Lu Yin like rays of light from the 9 heavens. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. Lu Yin stood alone in the sky like a towering mountain. He allowed Qigong's consciousness to bombard him, and a single palm strike caused Qigong to spit out blood. The people of the Qi clan were dumbfounded. Why hadn't Qizun made a move yet? Why? Could it really be fake? From the beginning to the end Qizun would not appear? If they had known earlier they would have fled. Why would they have waited until now? The shadows continued to descend. The pavilions shattered, the mountains and lakes cracked, and the Qi family's territory continued to shatter. Qigong coughed up blood. The Qi family was in charge of the artistic conception. Although the League of Doom had risen to compete with the Qi family, the artistic conception was created by Venerable Qi after all. The foundation of the Qi family was not something the League of Doom could compete with. For example, the League of Doom could not use the consciousness life forms that had surrendered, but the Qi family could. Beneath the ground, consciousnesses appeared one after another. Some were passive while others took the initiative to transform into life forms. They all belonged to the consciousness universe, and at this moment they all attacked Lu Yin under Qigong's orders. There were dozens of consciousness life forms that attacked. Among them there were 4-star rank consciousness, 9-star light rank consciousness, and dozens of consciousness with different strengths. Even the weakest of them had 9 consciousnesses, which corresponded to a half-martial ancestor. Those who were qualified to be brought into the realm were naturally not weak. Dozens of consciousnesses bombarded Lu Yin, but they did not affect him at all. His consciousness planet was as stable as a mountain. Unless one had a starry sky-level consciousness like Wu Wei, it would be difficult to shake it. Even if Lord Qi and the 3 spirit ancestors joined forces and blasted out their astral-level consciousnesses, it would only make Lu Yin dizzy for a moment. Lu Yin's palm descended, shattering the Qi family's mountains and rivers. Qigong spat out a mouthful of blood as his consciousness dissipated. The Qi family members howled in grief. At this moment, it was the end of the Qi family. In the distance Master Feng shook his head and lamented, "Is the dignified Qi family going to be destroyed just like that?" He belonged to the Crusader Alliance and had reached the star rank consciousness. His strength in the sequence law level was second only to Shilin in the Crusader Alliance. He believed that his consciousness strength was not weak. However, among the consciousness life forms that attacked just now there were 4 who had reached this level, but they still could not shake Lu Yin. Unless a miracle appeared, the Qi family would be doomed. Shilin looked on coldly. The outside world thought that the Crusader Alliance and the Qi family were opposing each other, but it was actually created by Xianxia for outsiders to see. Although the opposition was fake, there was no need for him to help the Qi family at this juncture. The Qi family had provoked someone they could not afford to provoke, and that was their business. The Crusader Alliance had also sent people to find the 3rd head, but why did the 3rd head find trouble with the Qi family? It was because of the Qi family's attitude. Even if he attacked, he would not be able to win against the 3rd head. Although he was confident that he could survive under Wu Wei's consciousness, it would be difficult for him to cause harm to Wu Wei. However, the 3rd head could. This person was definitely an expert on the level of Xianxia and could not be defeated. If the Qi family was gone, the Crusader Alliance would dominate the intent domain for a period of time. Shilin, why haven't you attacked yet? Qigong roared. Shilin was indifferent. Qigong despaired. No one could help the Qi family and they were really going to be destroyed. He could not even beg for mercy from the third head, because the Dayu villa was at odds with outer sky. If he begged for mercy, Xianxia would not tolerate the Qi family. There was only death left. Why was this happening? Why was the Qi family in such a desperate situation? Qi Gong's eyes lost focus and he slowly fell to the ground. Lu Yin stared at the ground beneath the Qi family and captured all of the consciousness life forms that had surrendered. As for the Qi family, he did not care. Ever since the Qi family created their domain, they had erected a stone tablet. That stone tablet was placed outside the Qi family's gate by Reverend Qi. Outsiders who entered the Qi family had to bow to the tablet to show their respect. That stone tablet represented the Qi family. As the Qi family continued to crumble, the tablet also began to crack. A group of Qi family members watched in despair as the tablet cracked and saw the Qi family's destruction. Suddenly, a vast consciousness surged out of the broken tablet and blasted towards Lu Yin. The moment this consciousness appeared, the intent domain changed. The sunlight froze and everything became still. Lu Yin slowly lowered his head and his consciousness blasted over. Accompanying it was a loud voice. Who dares to be impudent? I am Qi Gong. Whoosh. In the intent domain, a beam of light pierced through the void and rippled out in all directions. At the same time, the sound spread in all directions. Countless people were stunned. Qi Gong, Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the others were shocked. Qi Gong had really come out? Shirlin's expression changed. Was Qi Gong still alive? How was this possible? The Qi family members were stunned. Was Qi Gong really alive? Qi Gong collapsed on the ground, his gaze unfocused. When he heard the words, Qi Gong, his eyes focused and he looked up at the sky and laughed silently. Patriarch Qi Gong was alive. The Qi family was saved. The Qi family members all knelt down. Welcome, Patriarch Qi. Welcome, Patriarch. Welcome, Patriarch. High up in the sky, Lu Yin retreated a few steps. The consciousness blasted his head like a hammer, dazzling him. He came back to his senses and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. It was a very powerful consciousness. Although it was not as majestic as Wu Wei's, it was terrifyingly tenacious. This feeling was very familiar. He looked down at the Qi family's gate and the broken tablet. The consciousness had come from there. Outside the tablet, a person could faintly be seen. The figure slowly took shape and looked around. Are the Qi family's juniors so useless? The Qi family members all knelt before him. We are useless. Patriarch, please kill the enemy and show the Qi family's might. Patriarch, please kill the enemy. Patriarch, you are invincible in the universe. Show the Qi family's might. In the distance, the Alliance Crusaders felt a chill run down their spines. Qi Gong was still alive. This was going to be troublesome. Qi Gong walked out of the broken courtyard with great difficulty, covered in blood. He knelt in front of Qi Gong. Junior Qi Gong of the Qi family greets Patriarch. Qi Gong looked at Qi Gong and his expression softened. You did your best. Qi Gong said sadly, I was useless. I couldn't protect the Qi family. Patriarch, please punish me. What about Wu Wei? Wu Wei attacked once. The great skinning sky disk failed. He didn't attack again. What's going on with those people? Zun Qi looked into the distance and saw the members of the Alliance. The Alliance Crusaders felt their scalps tingle. Shirlin calmed down. Qi Gong was an ancient strong cultivator. He didn't expect him to still be alive. He was extremely talented. Xianxia thought highly of him and gave him the right to create the Alliance Crusaders. He thought that no one could compare with him in terms of consciousness cultivation. However, everyone said that he couldn't surpass Qi Gong. But Qi Gong only had astral consciousness. He also had astral consciousness. How could he not surpass Qi Gong? Now that Qi Gong had appeared, he wanted to see how he would deal with the third leader. Qi Gong knew that Qi Gong was asking about the Alliance Crusaders. He didn't know what to say. He could only say in a low voice, Lord Xianxia gave him the right to create a force called the Alliance Crusaders to fight against the Qi family. Qi Gong understood and looked at Shirlin. This person is the leader of the Alliance Crusaders? Yes. Qi Gong sighed. It's good that the younger generation of the spiritualized universe can produce such a person. He then looked up at Lu Yin, his gaze turning murderous. Who is this person? Before Qi Gong could answer, he waved his hand. Forget it. Since he wants to destroy the Qi family, I'll send him on his way. He then flew into the sky. The Qi family was excited. Qi Gong's appearance meant that the Qi family was saved. The third leader was definitely going to die. Who would dare to provoke the Qi family? Qi Gong's appearance would change the spiritualized universe's structure. At the very least, it would change its intent. The Alliance Crusaders no longer had the right to fight against the Qi family. Qi Gong's name meant that his consciousness was invincible. Shilin couldn't compare to him. High up in the sky, Lu Yin watched as Qi Gong approached. Are you done catching up? Qi Zun stared coldly at Lu Yin. I don't care who you are. It's rare for someone as young as you to have such a high cultivation base. However, you shouldn't have provoked my Qi family and tried to destroy it. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Old man, do you think you can protect the Qi family? Junior, you're too arrogant. Qi Gong stared at Lu Yin as his consciousness surged. Lu Yin didn't move and faced Qi Gong directly. You're just a consciousness that's barely hanging on. That stone tablet is your spiritualized weapon, right? You should have died long ago, but you relied on your spiritualized weapon to preserve your consciousness. Is that all for the sake of protecting the Qi family? Unfortunately, you won't be able to protect it today. If Qi Gong was still alive, Lu Yin would be worried. However, the current Qi Gong was just a remnant of his consciousness. His physical body had long decayed. How could a mere consciousness Qi Gong be able to overturn the heavens? Qi Gong sighed. I've walked the path of consciousness for far too long. So what if I lose my physical body? Try and block my 3 tribulations first. He then took a step forward and bent his fingers to form a strange shape as he attacked Lu Yin. Chapter 3471. Lu Yin raised a brow. 3 tribulations? He waved a hand and a sunburst appeared. The sunburst's afterglow was something that not even sentient beings could avoid. Below him, Qi Gong warned, "Be careful, ancestor. That's an intent realm battle technique that can break through inaction's great sky-carving disk." Qi Zun watched as the sunburst dissipated. It was as if his remnant consciousness, martial arts and Tao were being burned away. He retreated before the 3 tribulations could be unleashed. Lu Yin's expression changed. The 3 tribulations hadn't been unleashed yet, but he had already unleashed it the moment his palm formed. He had seen the karma. He didn't know what the 3 tribulations battle technique was, but it had created karma with him. In space, old Tao was shocked. 3 tribulations battle technique? That's terrifying. Kai Kiching was curious. 3 tribulations? 3 tribulations rebirth fall. It's a battle technique that ends before it's unleashed. It has another name, formless tribulations. Old Tao's expression turned serious. This battle technique aims to strike the tribulations into the enemy's body, creating a calamity from the inside out. It looks ordinary and many battle techniques can do the same. However, the most powerful part of this battle technique is the formless word. It's formless and formless, making it hard to grasp. The enemy won't even know when the word is struck. This is the most powerful part of the 3 tribulations. Thinking about it, Master has already been struck. If he can't resolve it, then it'll truly be a tribulation. Palace Mistress Yao was solemn. Qi Zun used his intent realm to unleash the formless tribulations. No wonder he's the strongest sentient being in the history of the spiritualized universe. Even Yu Sang Tian couldn't compare. The toad's eyes widened as it stared at the intent realm, praying for Lu Yin's defeat. If he did, it would be free. It had to be defeated. Lu Yin and Qi Zun retreated at the same time. One was fearful of an intent realm battle technique, but the sunburst ignited it. The other was struck by the 3 tribulations. Qi Zun was shocked. Why was Lu Yin retreating? Had he realized that he had been struck by the 3 tribulations? Impossible. It hadn't been activated yet, so how had he discovered it? Lu Yin felt the stars in his heart, shattering the tribulations that had been struck. Qi Zun's expression changed. He had indeed discovered it. How? Formless Calamity Hands was his ultimate technique, and it had once silenced an entire era of the spiritualized universe. Even when he fought against Primal Beginning and the others at the same time, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Even Yu Sang Tian had praised him. Ever since his body had fallen, this combat skill had been lost. There were no elites in the spiritualized universe who had cultivated this combat skill, so it was impossible for this child to have predicted it in advance. What was going on? Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Reverend Qi. Not bad. Is it called 3 Tribulations? Unfortunately, it won't change the outcome of the battle. Since you're dead, you better behave yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. It was still the setting sun. Qizun was extremely wary of such a light battle skill. His expression froze as he sat cross-legged in the air. A millstone appeared around him. This millstone was different from Wu Wei's great sky-flaying disc, but it still caused Lu Yin's expression to change. This was a heart like a boulder. It was the second-ranked method of spiritualizing the universe, Xianxia's power. Reverend Qi had also cultivated a heart like a boulder. Below, the Qi family members were excited. That's right, the reason why Reverend Qi was known as the first spiritualized consciousness in the universe, and why Shilin couldn't catch up to him, was because not only was his consciousness powerful, but he also cultivated the heart of rock. In the consciousness universe, he was fearless even in the face of 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. In that era, Reverend Qi had brought disaster to the universe. Under the heart like a boulder, Reverend Qi's consciousness continued to solidify. It wasn't as majestic as Wu Wei's, but if Wu Wei's consciousness was water, then Reverend Qi's was mud. It had the softness of water but the hardness of mud. Reverend Qi wanted to defeat Lu Yin with pure consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was similar to Reverend Qi's, both at the celestial phenomenon level. However, Lu Yin's consciousness was mixed. He had absorbed the consciousness of Ruin's black and white soulless, and his own cultivation of consciousness. Even though he had fused them into a star, they hadn't completely fused together. On the other hand, Reverend Qi's consciousness had been strengthened by the heart like a boulder a long time ago. If it was a contest of consciousness, Lu Yin wouldn't be a match for him. Under the heart like a boulder, even Kanyang would find it difficult to shake Reverend Qi's consciousness. Against a life form without a physical body, Lu Yin's battle techniques wouldn't be of much use. As for karma, it didn't mean much. Reverend Qi was already dead, but his consciousness was still alive. He had the strength of an celestial phenomenon level consciousness, but he wasn't at the primordial realm or Kuai. Even the karmic will couldn't do anything to him. The only thing that could defeat him was his consciousness. Was that why the Qi family would remain in the domain forever? Only the domain could protect the Qi family. Within the domain, many consciousness cultivators used the source box array to direct their consciousnesses towards Reverend Qi, using the heart like a boulder to strengthen themselves. Reverend Qi's consciousness encompassed the entire domain. He wanted to destroy Lu Yin and completely eliminate the threat to the Qi family. However, Reverend Qi didn't understand Lu Yin at all. If Lu Yin wanted to leave, Reverend Qi wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if the entire domain worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, Lu Yin didn't want to leave. His goal wasn't to destroy the Qi family. This was just a facade. Reverend Qi's consciousness continued to strengthen. The consciousness planet in Lu Yin's heart swayed and cracks appeared. It couldn't stop Reverend Qi's consciousness at all. Reverend Qi himself was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his vision was blurry. This scene caused Qi Gong and the rest of the Qi family to become agitated. This third manager couldn't stop Reverend Qi at all. He was finished. Shilin looked up. Reverend Qi's consciousness was terrifyingly powerful, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was no wonder that Reverend Qi was the strongest consciousness cultivator in the history of the spiritualized universe. Outside the domain, everyone who was watching unconsciously shed tears of blood. Although Reverend Qi's consciousness didn't attack them, it still affected the surrounding void and expanded its range. It was as if the entire universe was trembling. These people were also affected by Reverend Qi's consciousness. Their consciousnesses couldn't withstand it and they shed tears of blood. Old Tao gripped the pole and felt a splitting headache. The manager can't leave. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of Reverend Qi's eyes. He looked at the domain and at the figure whose back was facing them. Was he really unable to leave? Palace Mistress Yao frowned, but she wasn't affected. She was Xianxia's whetstone, and even though she didn't cultivate her consciousness, her own consciousness was still growing stronger. Thus, she wasn't affected by this little bit of consciousness leakage. But how was this third manager? She didn't want anything to happen to him. The person closest to Xianxia had been taken away to be a maid. If the Dayu villa ended, she would be in trouble. Even further away, Xianxia was constantly sending messages to the Gate of Arts. This third manager wasn't reliable. Even an old monster like Reverend Qi had appeared. The various powers were watching the domain and the Dayu Villa. If something happened to the third manager, how could the Dayu Villa not have any experts to support them? In Beyond Heaven, Xianxia calmly looked into the distance. The domain was about to end. Had this person really gone to the domain to destroy the Qi family? Or did he have other motives? To be able to control the Heaven's origin universe, one must have a powerful spirit. His actions during this time didn't match his personality, and he was actually playing a game of chess with himself. Then why had he gone to the domain? He couldn't have known about that. Then let's see what you'll do. Let me see clearly. In the domain, Lu Yin's vision became more and more blurry, and he couldn't hear his surroundings clearly. He felt as if he was inside a spinning gear and his body was numb. Reverend Qi sat in front of him, his heart like a boulder as he stared at Lu Yin. This kid's consciousness was even more boundless than he'd expected. His astral consciousness should have been defeated, but this kid was still standing. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yin's body fell down toward the domain. Reverend Qi heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't hold on any longer. Below, Reverend Qi Gong shouted, "Kill him!" A group of Qi family cultivators acted, waiting for Lu Yin to fall. The members of the alliance looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If they joined forces with the Qi family, they might be able to leave a good impression on Reverend Qi. If Reverend Qi was still alive, then the domain wasn't something the alliance could control. This consciousness was too terrifying. Even Wei couldn't do anything to the third manager, but he still wasn't Reverend Qi's match. Reverend Qi was the strongest. Alliance leader, what should we do? Reverend Feng wanted to act as well. Shilin watched Lu Yin fall. It has nothing to do with us. Reverend Feng said, attack now. Reverend Qi is there. So what? Shilin looked at Reverend Feng. Do I need to curry favor with someone who's already dead? Reverend Feng hurriedly retreated, not daring to say anything else. If he did, Reverend Qi might hear what Shilin said. Reverend Qi was dead, but his consciousness still existed. Even without a physical body, he could still suppress the third manager. This was something no one in the domain could do. Shilin wasn't afraid, but he didn't dare provoke Reverend Qi. In the sky, Lu Yin's body fell faster and faster. Reverend Qi's consciousness was pressing him to the ground. Below, countless attacks were waiting for him. They weren't consciousness attacks but battle techniques and other kinds of physical strength. The domain couldn't be provoked and the Qi family couldn't be provoked either. From now on, the Qi family's position would be even more secure. Reverend Qi was enough to make Xianxia fear him. Attack. Countless attacks rained down on Lu Yin, drowning him. Lu Yin's body slammed into the ground, shattering the surface and falling underground. Reverend Qi raised a hand and pressed down. His consciousness suddenly condensed into a beam of light that shot down from above. The beam connected the sky and the ground, and it was even more solid than before. This attack caused Shilin's eyes to narrow. If he took it head-on, he would definitely be beaten into an idiot. This was the power of the Heart of Boulder. Legend had it that Xianxia also cultivated the Heart of Boulder. Outside the domain, Old Tao and the others were pale. How was the third manager? Palace Mistress Yao clenched her fists. Even she could feel the terrifying power contained in this attack. Reverend Qi didn't relax at all. He'd still managed to deal such a heavy blow at the last moment. This was the vigilance of someone who'd survived the consciousness universe. The Star Toad almost cheered. This consciousness was too terrifying. That brat definitely wouldn't survive. He'd be an idiot if he did. Above the domain, Reverend Qi's lips curled up. When Lu Yin had fallen to the ground, he didn't know if the brat was truly unable to resist or if he was just faking it. Regardless, he would go all out and not give Lu Yin any chance to retaliate. This time it was all over. Chapter 3472. Just as he was about to retract his consciousness, Qi Zun's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the ground. Impossible. A storm raged underground, shattering the ground and sending a group of cultivators flying. Qi Zun's consciousness beam was like a crystal that pierced the ground, but it didn't hit Lu Yin's body. Instead, it was blocked by Lu Yin's consciousness. Sky Palace. Within the Sky Palace, one's power was limitless and there was no consumption. Whether it was physical strength, battle techniques, or consciousness, there was no consumption. Qi Zun's consciousness had indeed pressured Lu Yin to the point of suffocation, and Lu Yin had indeed been pushed underground. However, that had been done on purpose. Otherwise, how would he have found the surrendered life forms of the consciousness universe? Qi Xun's final attack had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He hadn't expected Qi Xun to be so cautious. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer, but Qi Xun had still attacked fiercely, forcing Lu Yin to use his sky palace. Lu Yin's consciousness couldn't block Qi Xun's attack, but as long as he didn't consume any of it he could still hold on. No one had expected that the seemingly exhausted Lu Yin would be able to block Qi Xun's strongest consciousness attack. Qi Xun's expression darkened. It was indeed a disguise. Domain Spirit Treasure Array. At this moment, both the Qi family and the Alliance Crusaders subconsciously joined forces to form a Spirit Treasure Array, releasing their consciousnesses towards Qi Xun. The domain spread out in all directions connecting with Qi Xun. Qi Xun sat with a heart like a boulder, constantly expanding and emitting thunderous sounds. The void exploded as he combined all the consciousnesses and merged them into one through his heart like a boulder. Above the domain, a terrifying behemoth had been formed. This consciousness surpassed what it had been before, and it wasn't much weaker than Wu Wei's cosmic realm consciousness. Outside the domain, everyone quickly retreated, not daring to be affected by this consciousness. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Everyone's retreat caused the domain's surroundings to become empty. This only served to highlight the behemoth. Beneath the domain, Lu Yin looked up at the terrifying consciousness. It was no wonder that the sequence foundation created by the heart like a boulder could dominate the consciousness universe. The heart like a boulder was too suitable to deal with consciousness life forms. Their consciousness wasn't necessarily boundless, but it was terrifyingly sturdy. Lu Yin looked around. There were many consciousnesses underground, all of them from the consciousness universe that had surrendered. Some of these consciousnesses had physical bodies while others didn't. They were all trapped underground. Lu Yin looked around him and released the starry sky from his heart. His consciousness planet rotated and he decided to give it a try. Let's see if you're stronger when you're gathering the consciousness of a cultivator or if I'm gathering the consciousness of a universe's life forms. Above the intent realm, revered Qi pressed down with both hands. With a rumble, heaven and earth shook. Countless people's faces turned pale, and they unconsciously vomited blood. The terrifying consciousness distorted the void, forming a black ray of light that ruthlessly fell to the ground. Suddenly, a majestic consciousness gushed out from the ground, whizzing upwards and colliding with the black light. Boom! A thunder-like explosion sounded in everyone's ears. With the collision as the center, the consciousness turned into ripples and dissipated, spreading out to the surroundings like a tsunami. Old Tao and the others were aghast. Quickly dodge. At this moment, Palace Master Yao did not want to take it and hurriedly retreated. No one was willing to bear the brunt of this collision of consciousness. Many consciousness cultivators fell to the ground. Sherlin looked down at the ground in shock. How could this be? Where did this third master get such majestic consciousness power from? Even further away, a consciousness swept over. It was Wu Wei. He had thought that it was over, but he did not expect Lu Yin to explode with such a terrifying consciousness. It was vast and boundless and even continued to increase. It had already surpassed the astral level and was heading towards the starry level. And it was gone. How did this human cultivate? Where did he get such a terrifying consciousness from? If he did, why didn't he use it from the start? Revered Qi vomited blood, his face pale. How could he block it? Ancestor, ancestor. Revered Qi could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and frantically attacked with his consciousness. Underground, Lu Yin also gritted his teeth, absorbing the consciousness of the surrounding life forms while resisting revered Qi. He temporarily maintained a balance, but the life forms of the universe of consciousness continued to move away, and his absorption became slower and slower. At first it was a sneak attack, but now, since this was the case, Lu Yin spread out the sky palace, raised his hand and pressed down with one palm. The earth was below and the sky was above. Now that the earth was in the sky, it was bound to flip the sky, flipping sky palm. The flipping sky palm suppressed all the surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness underground. These life forms of the universe of consciousness were aghast. This human can absorb our consciousness. Run. How can this human absorb our consciousness? Human, you will die a horrible death. Human. Absorbing the consciousness of the life forms of the universe of consciousness was not the same as absorbing their life forms. They had their own life core and their consciousness was cultivated from this core. It was also a type of power. Lu Yin had noticed this the first time he had absorbed Black Wuxian's consciousness. This also made him think of another matter, Bai Wuxian's existence. Lu Yin had absorbed Black Wuxian's consciousness, causing his life core to dissipate. That life core included his consciousness, which was equivalent to the physical body of the life forms of the universe of consciousness. However, Bai Wuxian had poured into his consciousness planet, which Lu Yin did not understand. He had always felt that Bai Wuxian might not be dead. But he could not find him. Revered Qi had borrowed the consciousness of a group of cultivators to attack, but not the surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness. This was because the consciousness of the universe of consciousness life forms could not be borrowed by outsiders. Lu Yin was an exception. This was why Black Wuxian had once said that he would be the greatest enemy of the universe of consciousness. Now, these surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness also saw this fact, but they could not escape. Suppressed by the flipping sky palm, they could only become carriers of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness planet spun furiously, constantly plundering consciousness to strengthen his consciousness against Qizun. In the sky above and on the ground below, the two beams of consciousness continuously clashed. At first, Qizun's consciousness suppressed Lu Yin's, but as time passed, Lu Yin's consciousness gradually overpowered Qizun's and headed upwards. Honorable Qi was aghast. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can you surpass this old man's consciousness? Who are you? Who is it? Outside the intent realm, everyone who was watching heard revered Qi's shout. They were all confused. What was going on? Wasn't that third head a life form from the universe of consciousness? Revered Qi couldn't be mistaken. Now that Revered Qi didn't know who this person was, it meant that he didn't belong to the consciousness universe. Then where did he come from? Who exactly was he? Stillwater? Old Tao and the others watched in shock as the two consciousnesses collided. The third master was too ferocious. His consciousness could contend against revered Master Qi, which was equivalent to becoming the first person to spiritualize the universe's consciousness. How did he do it? No one could figure it out. Even Honorable Qi couldn't figure it out. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to contend against Honorable Qi in terms of consciousness. Underground, Lu Yin had absorbed the consciousnesses of all the universe life forms that had surrendered. After some calculations, he found that there were 2 astral beasts, 8 star beasts, 27 starlight beasts, and dozens of 9th chakra beasts. Altogether, his consciousness had been pushed to the cosmic realm. Even though his consciousness was mixed and not pure, the vastness of his consciousness was definitely at the cosmic level. This meant that Lu Yin had obtained the strength to overcome bitter adversity, which was his consciousness. This was also his goal in coming to the intent realm. The cracks on his consciousness planet were mended and it expanded several times. It constantly rotated, giving Lu Yin a sense of majesty. However, he knew that even if he reached the cosmic level, he wouldn't be able to crush Honorable Qi's heart. Otherwise, how could Honorable Qi dominate the consciousness universe? He could only be considered an equal to Honorable Qi in terms of consciousness. With a boom, Lu Yin's consciousness dissipated. The 2 terrifying consciousnesses turned into ripples and disappeared. Everyone looked down at the ground. What had happened? Lu Yin walked out step by step in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and he was covered in dust. There were still bloodstains on his face and body. Even so, when he walked out of the ground, no one dared to speak. The entire intent realm was silent. Lu Yin grabbed his shirt and tore it open, revealing his firm muscles. He moved a bit and looked up at Honorable Qi. Old man, you're ruthless. Honorable Qi was stunned. He was ruthless. Who was the ruthless one here? This person had actually blocked his consciousness attack. This wasn't just him, but the entire intent realm and the combined consciousness of many cultivators. They couldn't suppress this person. Who are you? Honorable Qi's voice was dry, no longer as arrogant as before. Lu Yin sneered. I'm the 3rd master of the Daoyu Villa. I'm going to destroy the Qi family today. Lu Yin's words echoed in the intent realm. Everyone in the Qi family was terrified. They looked at Lu Yin with fear. Honorable Qi had made a move, but he still couldn't do anything to this person. Qi Gong vomited blood. The alliance looked at the Qi family sympathetically. The Qi family was finished after being targeted by such a monster. Wutong returned to the alliance and looked at Lu Yin with infatuation. This person was so powerful. Her first impression of Lu Yin was that he was arrogant, but at this moment, Lu Yin gave her the feeling that he deserved it. With this kind of strength, she dared to point at Xianxia and scold him. Too powerful. The stone forest was shocked. They boasted that they had created the alliance and had the strongest consciousness, but compared to this person they were nothing. This person was the strongest spiritualized consciousness in the universe. Even Honorable Qi couldn't compare to him. The intent realm was silent for a moment. Honorable Qi landed and looked at Lu Yin. His voice was much more helpless. Third Master, why must you destroy the Qi family? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why? Do you want to make peace with me? Honorable Qi sighed. I died a long time ago. My consciousness lives only to protect the Qi family. If Third Master is willing to stop, the Qi family can pay any price. Lu Yin moved his finger. Water gathered and poured down from the top of his head, washing away the dust. At the same time, blood flowed down the water. It was much more comfortable. Old man, you almost took my life. The Qi family can't buy my life at any price, Lu Yin said casually. Honorable Qi shook his head. Kill everyone in this generation of the Qi family, leaving only the ignorant children. Protect the Qi family bloodline and everything in the Qi family will belong to Third Master. What do you think? Lu Yin praised. That's ruthless. Then you should ask your descendants if they are willing. Why wouldn't I be willing to die for the Qi family? Honorable Qi glanced at Qi Gong and the others. Qi Gong closed his eyes. Ancestor, if we can protect the Qi family, we are willing. Yes. He wanted to say something but stopped. Honorable Qi frowned. Speak. Qi Gong was in despair. But this person is Lord Yu Sangtian's enemy. He is the enemy of sky beyond sky. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Here's the update, thanks. Chapter 3473. Qizun was shocked and he looked at Lu Yin. You're Lord Yu Sangtian's enemy? Then why are you in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin looked at him playfully. Yu Sangtian can't stop me. The spiritualized universe is mine to roam freely. Impossible. With your strength, you're definitely not Lord Yu Sangtian's match. Qizun could not believe it. He had thought that this was just an internal conflict in the spiritualized universe, and with the Qi family's position in Yu Sangtian's heart, he would be able to protect the Qi bloodline even if he paid a huge price. He had not expected this person to be Yu Sangtian's enemy. This was beyond his understanding. Lu Yin smiled. Your junior wanted to tell you at the start, but you didn't listen. Now tell him properly. Let's see what kind of price Senior Qizun will pay. Qizun looked at Qi Gong with an ugly expression. Qi Gong was helpless. He's the third master of Daoyu Villa. Daoyu Villa. While Qi Gong was speaking, Lu Yin's fingertip was wrapped in a karmic spiral that moved towards the intent realm. He wanted to complete his second goal in coming to the intent realm. The moment the 9 domains ring sun appeared, Lu Yin looked at the 36 domains and discovered a scene that could not be seen by those who did not cultivate karma. Only those who had cultivated karma could see it. The spiritualized universe looked normal on the surface, but when Lu Yin looked at it through karma, he saw a strange scene in that instant. The spiritualized universe was split into 7 karmic lands. He did not know how to describe it, but in that instant he saw karma split into 7 parts, and one of them was in the intent realm. Along the way to the intent realm, Lu Yin had asked Old Tao and confirmed that the other 6 karmic lands belonged to the 6 major powers of the spiritualized universe. In other words, there were 7 karmic lands and 7 major powers. Not one more, not one less. Was this a coincidence? Lu Yin did not know, but this was also his goal in coming to the intent realm. While Qi Gong was speaking, Lu Yin used karma to investigate the intent realm. This spiritualized universe had a huge secret. Karma spirals shot out and headed towards the intent realm. This scene covered the sky for those who could see it, but for those who could not see it, it was nothing. Even Qizun and Wu Wei could not sense it. Countless karma spirals pierced through the intent realm, and Lu Yin was certain of what was inside. Such majestic karma happened to be divided into 7 regions. What was this karma? The existence of karma originated from living things themselves, and it was only when a living being had a cause that an effect would be born. This was common knowledge, but Lu Yin had comprehended the way of karma, and he had glimpsed into the word karma. While it was true that there was a cause for an effect, karma itself might have already existed. He had entered the karmic cycle many times, attempting to change the past time and time again. However, the future was always in a few directions. These few directions had long determined karma. Karma was a line. One could place living beings on this line, but it didn't necessarily have to be a living being to have karma. Just as Saruzin had once said, good and evil in the universe, karma and cause and effect could all be quantified. But who could quantify it? Lu Yin explored the concept of karma. However, not long after he was interrupted by revered Qi. Do you really want to use the Dayu Mountain Villa to clash with the Outland? Provoking Lord Yusang Tian? Lu Yin looked at Qi Zun. So, have you thought of the price? Reverend Qi's expression was gloomy. You must be from the Tian Yuan cosmos. Qi Gong explained the origins of the Dayu Mountain Manor, including his guesses. Qi Gong was very certain that the guesses of the outside world regarding the people from the Dayu Mountain Manor were wrong. They were not life forms from the consciousness universe, but from the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin probed the concept of karma. He replied, give me a price that satisfies me. Otherwise the Qi family will be destroyed. Reverend Qi shook his head. You don't understand the strength of the spiritualized universe. You don't understand Lord Yusang Tian at all. Then he looked in a direction and shouted, in action the concept is the key to survival. If you don't act now, the Qi family will be destroyed and you won't be able to live either. A low voice came from afar. Don't threaten me, old man. You're no longer the Reverend Qi of the past. What's the difference between you and me? If you head to the consciousness universe, you'll only cultivate to become a life form from the consciousness universe. You're no longer a pure spiritualized universe life form. Reverend Qi's tone was cold. No matter what kind of life form I am, even if Lord Yusang Tian abandoned me, this concept and the Qi family will not be abandoned by Lord Yusang Tian. You're just a surrendered life form from the consciousness universe. If you can't protect your concept, what value do you have? Lu Yin felt it was a pity. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Why do you think the Crusader League exists? Old man, your value is gone the moment you die. With that, Lu Yin attacked. His consciousness planet rotated as a boundless consciousness bombarded Qizun. Qizun's rock-like heart reappeared. He sat on a millstone, unmoving like a mountain. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? Your consciousness is a mess. No matter how many you have, you won't be able to defeat this old man. The only reason I let Wu Wei take action was to keep you here. Even if it didn't take action, you can forget about destroying the Qi family. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Is that so? Then try your best to block it. The starry sky in his heart was released, and the blue sky heavenly palace spread out. The terrifying consciousness did not attack Venerable Qi but was released in a frenzy. The consciousness planet spun faster and faster. Venerable Qi's pupils shrank. It was this move again. This person's consciousness had clearly been inferior to his before, but this move had allowed him to block Venerable Qi's consciousness attack. Now this person's consciousness had exploded and he was using this move again. Boy, are you really not going to take action? Domain cultivators, release all of your consciousness and release all of the consciousness life forms that have surrendered. This old man promises that once your domain survives this calamity, you will all be free. The ground exploded as Venerable Qi prepared to release all of the consciousness life forms that had surrendered. However, the ground was silent and there was nothing. He did not know that the consciousness life forms that had surrendered were already gone. Many domain cultivators, including the Rebel Alliance, took action from all directions, sending their consciousnesses into Venerable Qi's rock-like heart. Venerable Qi suddenly charged out, using his rock-like heart to ram into Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Venerable Qi charged over. Did he still have this move? Forcefully colliding with Venerable Qi was like a rock crashing into a river. Even though the river itself would not be affected by the rock, the riverbed would be broken, causing the river to scatter. This was Venerable Qi's goal. However, Venerable Qi had already taken on a physical form. In the distance, Qigong was shocked. Ancestor, this person specializes in physical strength. Venerable Qi did not hear him at all as he only had Lu Yin in his eyes. Lu Yin raised a hand. Boom. The ground caved in and the heavens were turned upside down. A terrifying collision shot into the heavens as if the universe had been split in two. Around the domain, the crowd watched in a daze. This battle was too intense and it was definitely a battle on the level of Sangtian. The shockwaves from the collision made it so that no one dared to approach. Within the domain, Venerable Qi stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had single-handedly blocked the millstone. How was this possible? Lu Yin looked at Venerable Qi, who was right in front of him. I thought that it would take some effort, but since you've turned from nothingness into reality, let's end this. He then struck out with his left palm, causing the millstone to crack. Lu Yin's consciousness followed the crack in his heart. Venerable Qi was struck by a boulder. Venerable Qi howled in agony as his body retreated, becoming more illusory with each step. He was not a physical body to begin with, but rather a remnant of his consciousness. Now that his consciousness had been severely damaged, he looked like he was about to disappear. The world spun and Venerable Qi forgot everything in that instant. His mind went blank. Lu Yin raised a hand to suppress Venerable Qi into the hell of the general appointing platform. Venerable Qi's consciousness would not exist for much longer, but his existence would be accompanied by karma. With karma, the heavenly Tao of karma would increase. Today I'll put you in prison. This is the result of opposing me. Qizun finally reacted. No, this old man won't die. This old man's consciousness lives on. This is the path to immortality. Let this old man go. This old man is willing to pay any price. Let this old man go. Let this old man go. Venerable Qi's voice gradually faded away as he was pushed into the hell of the general appointing platform. The Qi family despaired at this scene. Qi Gong knelt on the ground and stared blankly, his eyes lifeless and devoid of color. In the distance, Shilin was silent. The dignified Venerable Qi had fallen to such a state. Master Feng and the rest of the Alliance Crusaders trembled. This third master was too terrifying. How could he be so strong? He was so strong that it made them despair. This was equivalent to using his own strength to suppress the entire domain. How had he done it? Lu Yin retracted the starry sky in his heart. Venerable Qi's consciousness was enormous, but he could not absorb it. After all, this consciousness represented Venerable Qi himself. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with eyes full of fear. Even the Alliance Crusaders in the distance felt the same. The domain was in tatters and this region was half destroyed. Lu Yin's sorry state meant that this battle would not be easy, but he had still won in the end. Clang. The blade fell to the ground with a soft sound. Someone from the Qi family fell down powerlessly, his eyes glazed over as he looked up at the sky. Why is this happening? Even the forefather appeared. The Qi family despaired. They had actually experienced despair when they saw the Qi family's courtyard being destroyed. At that moment they had already accepted their fate, but Venerable Qi's appearance had rekindled their hope. They had thought that they could win, but in the end this was still the case. Why did you give us hope but make us experience despair? Qi Gong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he slowly fell down. The Qi family was in tatters just like the domain. Not long ago the Qi family had never imagined that this would happen. Qi Guan, Lord Qi and Qi Gong were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. The Qi family had obtained Yu Sangtian's protection, controlled the domain, and nurtured geniuses who could invade the consciousness universe. Even when the Alliance Crusaders appeared and split the domain into two, no one dared to offend the Qi family. Now the Qi family was in such a state. No one from the spiritualized universe helped them and no one from the realm beyond heaven helped them. Were they all afraid of this third master? Lu Yin was no longer interested in the Qi family, but since he had said that he would destroy the Qi family, he should end this matter. He looked at Qi Gong. The Qi family is gone. As the head of the Qi family, you should be suppressed by me like your forefather. He then raised a hand and pressed down on Qi Gong. Qi Gong looked at the black shadow that enveloped him, his eyes lifeless. At that moment a low voice sounded from Wu Wei. Third Master, the Qi family has been destroyed and Venerable Qi has been captured by you. How about we end this matter here? Chapter 3474. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction and his eyes flashed. You didn't attack earlier, but now you want to attack? It's enough that the battle has reached this stage. The intent domain is on the verge of shattering. If third leader attacks again, this intent domain will be gone and I will be gone as well. Third leader, please give me some face, Wu Wei said bluntly. Lu Yin laughed. I can't give you that much face. Now what attracted him the most was, firstly, to investigate karma and secondly, to do nothing. He could absorb Wu Wei's consciousness. Once he succeeded, in the three universes, Perhaps only the legendary universe-level consciousness life forms could surpass him in the field of consciousness. He would be invincible in the path of consciousness. This temptation was not small at all. Even if Wu Wei didn't make a move, he would think of a way to make him do it. In any case, Xianxia could not make a move. He could do whatever he wanted in the spiritualized universe. How many of the 7 great Xianxia could come? At this time he would increase his strength as much as he could. Third Master, are you really not going to give me face? Wu Wei's voice became lower and lower. I heard you were captured by Sovereign Qi. Even Sovereign Qi isn't my match, so where do you get the confidence to threaten me? Wu Wei sneered. Supreme Qi? Do you think he can catch me? You underestimate the 13 celestial phenomenon, heavenly phenomenon. Many cultivators were shocked. Wasn't Wu Wei captured by revered Qi? The Qi family was also shocked. This news was just as shocking as Qi Zun's capture. The pride of the Qi clan for many years was that revered Qi had captured Wu Wei. This was their pride, their belief. Could it be fake? Outside the intent realm, all the cultivators who were watching were astonished. Was this fake? Old Tao and Palace Master Yao looked at each other. They had not expected the entire spiritualized universe to know that Wu Wei had been captured by Senior Qi. That was why Senior Qi had become the strongest person in the spiritualized universe. What did Wu Wei mean by that? Wu Wei's voice slowly echoed in the world. From the results, it seems that I was indeed captured by Qi Zun and brought to the spiritualized universe. But before he caught me, I was already heavily injured and most of my consciousness was gone. I only managed to recover after staying in this spiritualized universe for many years. If that wasn't the case, would he even be qualified to catch me? What a joke. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Then where does your confidence come from? Great Skinning Sky Board? Wu Wei said. Third boss, the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomenon is the ruler. It's equivalent to the spiritualized universe's Xianxia. Do you think it's that simple? Now that I've recovered, the Qi clan has been destroyed and your goal has been achieved. Please leave. If we fight again, neither of us knows what the result will be. Lu Yin's eyes surged with battle intent. Your words make me want to test the strength of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants even more. Third Master, do you really want to fall in the intent realm? You can't do it. In the direction that Lu Yin was looking at, Wu Wei's consciousness suddenly exploded and blasted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness planet rotated and he launched a similar attack. The collision of the 2 starry sky-level consciousnesses caused another explosion. Most of the cultivators in the intent realm were stunned. Shilin shouted, Third Master, please stop. The Qi clan has been destroyed. Why are you implicating the intent realm? Lu Yin ignored him. This Wu Wei's consciousness was similar to his. They were both as majestic as the abyss, but they were not as solid as Qi Zun's. If the collision between Lu Yin and Qi Zun's consciousness was like a river crashing against a rock, then the collision between Wu Wei's consciousness was like a river crashing against a river, or even an ocean crashing against an ocean. Not only the intent realm but the starry sky outside the intent realm was distorted, and the range was expanding rapidly. Everyone retreated again and again. Qi Zun's heart was like a boulder, and he suppressed the collision of consciousnesses to a certain extent. But Lu Yin and Wu Wei did not. They wantonly attacked each other's consciousnesses, competing with the majesty of their consciousnesses. Around the intent realm, the consciousnesses turned into a tornado sweeping the entire intent realm. Outsiders could not even see what was happening inside the intent realm. The Great Skinning Sky Board appeared again, but this time, it was bigger and more real than before. Wu Wei was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants. How could he be defeated by Lu Yin's setting sun? He had only attacked because of his promise. His mission was to protect the intent realm, not the Qi clan. Now that the Qi clan was destroyed, Lu Yin could only attack. The Great Skinning Sky Board pulled and crushed Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin released the Sky Palace and allowed it to be crushed, but his consciousness did not seem to be exhausted. The Great Skinning Sky Board was trapped in the Sky Palace and was under unimaginable pressure. Suddenly shattered. However, the shattered Great Skinning Sky Board turned into violent consciousness blades that slashed in all directions. Lu Yin stood on the ground and used himself as the eye of the storm to grab the blades. The blades shattered and turned back into consciousness, condensing into the Great Skinning Sky Board. He was shocked. So that's how it is. Wu Wei's great skinning sky board was not very powerful, but it was similar to the Sky Palace. Felt like an infinite combination. The Sky Palace allowed Lu Yin to not use up any energy, and the great skinning sky board allowed Wu Wei to continuously reassemble his consciousness. Although it did not have the same ability as the Sky Palace, it was very resilient. It was not easy to rely on the Sky Palace to defeat the great skinning sky board, and it would take a long time. Third Master, you don't have to waste your intent realm. Wu Wei's voice sounded again. In Lu Yin's eyes, it was a dark cloud similar to the image of ruins. Lu Yin looked up at the dark cloud. You can be considered to have passed the bitter calamity. Wu Wei did not understand why Lu Yin suddenly said this. That's right, so you should retreat. An expert who has passed the bitter calamity will not be defeated so easily. Lu Yin smiled happily. That's interesting. With that, karma appeared and pierced through the sky, forming a wheel, the karma wheel. The karma wheel was useless against a dead old man like Reverend Qi, but it was different for Wu Wei. Wu Wei was a life form in the consciousness universe. Since it was a life form, it also pursued immortality. In order to pursue immortality, one had to pass the bitter calamity. This was the same for all life forms because Wu Wei was a life form in the consciousness universe. It was different from Reverend Qi. Humans had their own bitter calamity, beasts had their bitter calamity, and even plants had their bitter calamity. Consciousness life forms also had their bitter calamity. Every life form in the universe had karma. The karma wheel moved towards the great skinning sky board and passed through it, disappearing into the dark cloud. The great skinning sky board suddenly stopped moving. Lu Yin stared at the dark cloud. He did not know what the bitter calamity of life forms in the consciousness universe was like, but karma was the same. Suddenly, the dark cloud shrank and the great skinning sky board disappeared. The consciousness that permeated the world also disappeared. Lu Yin stared at the sky and saw a sword falling from the sky, stabbing towards him. Celestial sword, Wu Wei's voice rang out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his scalp almost exploded. The moment that sword stared at him, all his hair stood on end. This was a feeling that could only be felt when one was in mortal danger. How could this be? How could Wu Wei make him feel mortal danger? Right now, only Xianxia could make him feel this way. The celestial sword stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that he could not dodge it. The void? Time reversal? No, he could not dodge it. He did not know why, but he felt that he could not dodge it no matter what. This sword was not aimed at him but at the end. He was destined to be stabbed by this sword. Destined? Why was it destined? Lu Yin used his sky palace and the Tao of Tianyan pointed out. His finger touched the sword's edge and blood flowed. Light flashed and Lu Yin retracted his hand. If he had not reversed time by 1 second, his hand would have been gone. What was going on with this sword? How could Wu Wei know such a sword technique? This was a sword technique that used one's consciousness, and Lu Yin had never seen such a terrifying technique before. The sword fell, not caring about the process, only the result. This sword technique pierced towards the end. The celestial sword pierced through the ground and chased after Lu Yin. The Sky Palace's power and consciousness continuously flowed around Lu Yin's body, bombarding the celestial sword. The celestial sword continued to shrink, but Lu Yin still felt the danger. The sword continued to approach, causing Lu Yin to feel a chill run down his spine. Above the intent realm, Wu Wei's consciousness was weak. He had never thought of using this sword, but Wu Wei had done something that made his bitter calamity unstable. He had no choice but to use it. The celestial sword was his trump card, and not even Xianxia knew about it. After this battle, anyone who saw this sword would die. Below the intent realm, the sword continued to approach, getting closer and closer. Lu Yin stared at the sword's edge and pierced towards the end. Where there was an effect, there was a cause. A karmic spiral revolved around his fingertip as he pointed towards the celestial sword. The karmic spiral collided with the sword, and the world rumbled as everything turned white. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Yin saw a strange scene flash by. He saw karma forming a city wall, and he also saw a piece of land covered by karma. He could not explain this scene as it should not have appeared here. Was it an illusion created by karma? Or did this collision allow him to see the cause of this sword technique? Still, Lu Yin felt as if he had touched something. In front of him, the celestial sword trembled and shrank by more than half before slowly coming to a stop. He pointed out, and the karmic spiral once again moved towards the sword's edge. The world rumbled as the scene appeared once more. This time Lu Yin could see it even more clearly. Not only did he see the city wall formed by karma, but he also saw the piece of land covered by karma, as well as the drop of liquid on top of it. He subconsciously reached out to grab it. The celestial sword suddenly slashed horizontally, cutting through everything that Lu Yin could see. It was even sharper than before. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged and his body flickered as he stepped into the intent realm. Beneath his feet, the celestial sword pierced through the ground and shot towards the dark clouds. The intent realm continued to split apart and a third of it completely shattered. This was where the Qi family was. Everyone from the Qi family had fainted on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Lu Yin looked up at the dark clouds, his eyes filled with intense dread. He had thought that karma had stopped the celestial sword, but he had not expected it to explode with such power. This Wu Wei was not someone that Reverend Qi could deal with. It had been heavily injured in the consciousness realm. Had Yu Sang Tian made a move? Above the intent realm, Wu Wei was similarly apprehensive. The scene that had just happened was incomprehensible, and it had no choice but to stop and stare at Lu Yin. The celestial sword could not be exposed, but he could not kill this person. If he could not kill this person, then there was no need to kill the others, as they did not understand the celestial sword at all. Only this person. The intent realm was quiet. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. They both looked at each other.